Yeah. Okay. Hotep family, and welcome to Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. What you just was witnessing there is the evening or the daily vigil that goes on for Sasha Johnson at 5 o'clock every evening. And I know it actually started earlier today because there was also a drumming lesson earlier on that started, I think, around about 1 or 2 o'clock. That's obviously has gone right through. And don't ask me what time it finishes, because sometimes the people are still there until the gates actually locked and have to climb over the fence to get out of the park. But
that's you by yourself, okay?
Say that again?
That's you on your own, not me.
No, I haven't had to climb no fence yet.
I'm not doing no climbing, no.
I mean, we was lucky the gate was shut, but it was open.
Exactly.
The other day when we got there. But as you see, Galactic Clyde is live there. I don't know if he's saying anything now. Is he saying anything? He's not saying nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, what are you saying?
Greetings. I'm just checking in. Sorry.
Okay.
Everything.
Do you want to do a quick commentary? Do you want to do a quick?
Enough strength, enough healing energy. Eh?
I was going to say, do you want to do a quick commentary before I start libation?
Well, what can I say? It's just, it's just...
Turn the camera around so we don't see your ears.
It's in the spirit of healing that we work.
Okay.
Yeah. It's in the spirit of healing that we work on behalf of our sister Sasha. And we know, it's good energy, it's good vibes, and we're hoping for the best. And we know the best is going to happen.
Exactly.
Bless.
All right.
Yes?
Give thanks.
So we give thanks, eh?
Yeah, give thanks for the live coverage.
Yeah,
and it's every day it's happening here. All right. All the best to you all on Zoom, yeah?
Okay. All right. Give thanks.
Bye.
Give thanks.
All right.
With that, all right, give thanks. With that now, I say welcome everybody to Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. Also, welcome to everybody who's listening in on the Auntie Jean Zone on Black Culture Radio. Welcome, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. And thank you, and for those watching in also on Facebook. So we're going to start off by giving thanks to the Ludamari, give thanks to the creator of all things, creatures great and small, for the earth that we stand upon, the air that we breathe, the sunshine that gives us life, and the water that gives us life. I give thanks for. I also give thanks to my Ori, which is our head that gives us the intuition. We have to listen to our head some of the times we don't. And also like to say thank you and call upon those ancestors and say thank you to them for their tenacity, because they got taken away from the shores of our home many, many, many years ago and dotted all the way around the world. The trials, the tribulations, the atrocities that they had to live through, go through, witnessed, experienced. A lot of our ancestors didn't make it. They actually took their own lives. And for those other ancestors that survived and seen this and seeing their own lives, their loved ones' lives, people they don't know, people they do know, lives being taken in front of their eyes in many horrible, horrendous ways. I give thanks for their tenacity to keep on going. I give thanks for their strength. I give thanks for their survival. I give thanks for the warriorship that some of them and a lot of them actually had to rise up against what was actually happening to them, regardless of what. One fell, somebody else took that person's place. So I give thanks for their tenacity. I give thanks for their survival. I give thanks for them wanting to survive. Because if it wasn't for their tenacity and their strength to survive, some of us wouldn't be here today. So for those ancestors, I say thank you and Dishay. I also say thank you to our leaders, our heroes, and our sheroes and our warriors, those leaders that kick down those doors, that open those pathways, that let us know that we don't have to be subservient, we don't have to listen and do as we are told, we can rise up. And it's for those ancestors that gave us, everybody else, the courage to rise up and to stand up and to fight for their own rights and to fight for what they know was right. For those leaders, heroes and sheroes, my favorite, you should know by now, is the Right Honourable Marcus Messiah Garvey. So there is many other leaders, heroes, sheroes and warriors, too numerous for me to actually name. So for all those names we know, names we don't know, some names we may have forgotten, and some names that we will never know, but they all helped to open those doorways and make those pathways for us. I say thank you and ashe. I also say thank you to my lineage. I say thank you to your lineage. I say thank you to the heads and shoulders of all the good ancestors who we all stand upon. Those ancestors that's there with us from the time that we're born right through to the time that we move on to the ancestors. Those ancestors that's there with us through thick and thin, no matter what. Even though sometimes we may think and believe that we're alone, rest assured we're not alone. Our ancestors are there with us. And we've got to remember we can call on our ancestors, not only for the time that we need help and guidance, but also just to give them thanks. So we can call on our ancestors. And when we call on our ancestors for whatever reason, also ask that their answers be as clear as water so that you can understand. And let our minds be open to receive those messages, because they're going to be coming in many different ways, forms, signs. You might see a white feather that just seems to come from nowhere, or an animal that is out of place, or you know, you turn a television on and somebody says something that's a line and it resonates with you, or you open a book and read a sentence and that resonates with you. Basically, it's your ancestors letting you know that they've heard you. So let our minds be open when we do ask our ancestors for anything, that we can actually receive those messages and take heed. So for our good ancestors that's there with us from the time we're born right through till we pass on to the ancestors, I say thank you and ashe. I also always take this opportunity to say thank you to my grandmother, Stephen Bailey, who I know is with me and has been with me for a long time now, even though I've never met her, but I know that she's there. So Stephen Bailey, I say thank you and ashe. And I also say thank you to my grandfather, Hubert Stair. If it wasn't for Hubert Stair, my grandfather, Mr. Stair, who we called, I wouldn't know my family. So Hubert Stair, I say thank you and ashe. And I also say thank you to my mother, Iona Pinnock, and my stepfather, Ivan Pinnock, whom if they weren't the people who they were, I wouldn't be the person who I am. So Iona and Ivan Pinnock, I say thank you and ashe.
Ashe.
And I also take this opportunity to open up the floor. So if anybody would like to unmute themselves and say thank you to loved ones, friends, or even people who they don't know, warriors, heroes, heroes in the past that you'd like to rise up or big up, please unmute yourself and say your thanks, say the person's name or the people's name.
Okay. I'd like to say thank you to my grandmother, Louise Patricia Clark, for all that she shows me, or all that she's shown me and all that she shows me, because I know she's with me. And also for my other grandmother, Elsie Small, for being the strong woman that she was to have 13 beautiful children.
Wow, she's strong.
My dad's mum, yeah. Yeah, and I want to say thank you to my dad, who's passed, ascended, Ansley Small, my uncle, Preston Small, my other uncle, Albert Small, for being the ones that stepped in for me when my father ascended at 35. So they're all together now, and I give thanks for them and their lives.
Ashe. Thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Anybody else would like to say thank you? Okay.
Yeah, Jean?
Yes.
I'd just like to say thank you for all of our ancestors, because without those, particularly those who made it, because if they didn't make it, we wouldn't be here.
Yes,
so I really do appreciate their tremendous sacrifice going through that incredible hardship. Has made us the people who we are today, and we are strong. We have power.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay. And with that, I'd like to say again, welcome to Auntie Jean's African Culture Market. Those who's joined us this evening via Zoom, those who's watching via Facebook, and also those who's listening on the Auntie Jean's Zone on Black Culture Radio. So welcome for this evening, and thank you for joining us. And with that, the person who you just seen is going to be our first presentation. It's going to make our first presentation, and his name is Mervyn Barrett, and he's going to be talking about how to master your mind. So, Mervyn, please introduce yourself, let people know who you are, what you do, and the screen is now yours, and welcome.
Thank you, my sister. Thank you. May I just ask you if you could make me co-host, please?
You've got it.
Awesome. Yes, so my name is Mervyn Barrett. I'm a peak performance coach. I help people to operate at their peak. Most people have no clue as to how they get into their peak state, what to do to remain there. And what I help people to do is to unpack it. So once you get how you get into that peak state, well, guess what that means? You can repeat it again and again and again. And when you want, at will. So that's a little bit of what I do. And so what I'm going to share with you today is the second part, really. First time out, a couple of weeks ago, we looked at how to master your mind. And really, the title for this one is slightly different because it's how to create your reality. So we're going to be looking at what we looked at last time out, which is the model, but it's a deeper insight. So if you just bear with me as I find the slide. Not that one. That comes at the end. Slideshow. Wait there. Okay. Okay, so just as a reminder, really, as we looked at this thing called the model, and the way that the model works is it's based on how we human beings interact with the world. So we don't even realize that we interact with the world in a very systematic way. No matter how chaotic it may appear to you when you interact with the world, it's not chaotic, it's not random. It has steps, and most of us are unaware of those steps. So what the model does, it gives us an opportunity to look at some of the steps that are taken in the way we interact with the world. And what do I mean by the world? Well, I'm talking about the people in your life, or yourself, or the things in your life, like your computer or your car or your job. We're constantly interacting with the world, and when we don't realize that there's a pattern to how we do that, well, it can cause all sorts of issues. So if you remember from last time out, if you've seen this for the first time, this is like a quick brief reminder. So do take notes. If you do remember from last time out, great. Repetition is the mother of learning. So circumstances is the first way in which we as human beings interact with the world. We interact with the world through the circumstances of the world. Now, what most people are unaware of is that circumstances can cause thoughts. Circumstances can cause the way you think. And it's important to recognize the word can as opposed to cause. Another word for cause is drive. And that's important because thoughts cause or drive feelings. So the circumstances can cause thoughts. But let me tell you, your thoughts drive your feelings. And your feelings cause or drive your actions. And of course, your actions will cause or drive your results. And here's the funny thing. The result always feeds back to the thought, the originating thought, to prove it, to corroborate it, to back it up. If you're interested, you want to look up confirmation bias. Go on YouTube, look at confirmation bias, and you will be surprised at how we human beings, without even realizing it, before we even start to say something, do something, act something, we already have an expected outcome that we want to meet. So this is essentially the model. And just a little, before I really get into it, about circumstances. Circumstances are certain things, like things that happen in the world. The past is a circumstance, and that will become clear why it's a circumstance. And people, specifically, people. You can't control what people say, what people do, or what people think. These are circumstances. You can't control what happens in the world. You cannot control the past. You can't control people. And particularly the last one, what people think, is a real pain. It's very difficult for us to recognize that we can't control what people think. We don't even know what people are thinking. And any attempt whatsoever to try to control the circumstances is going to lead to pain, frustration, exasperation, and, as you can see in many parts of the world, open warfare, conflict. So what, you might be saying? Well, I've sort of drawn this complicated thing here, which is the model, but I've broke it down slightly further. So what do I mean by circumstances? Circumstances are what I'm going to refer to as the external world. The external world. You know, external and internal, they're different, right? External is, if we're talking about you, external is outside of you, and internal is inside you. So the external world, that is the circumstances, whether they be politicians misbehaving, the weather going crazy, something from your past reminding you of something, some person annoying you. That person is making me sick. No, they're not. They're not. I really can't stand the weather. Yes, you can. These are circumstances, and I'm calling them the external world. They're outside of you. They're not inside you. That's really important as a distinction. If you really wanted one, the external world is anything that's outside of you. Like to you, I'm external. So I'm now part of the external world. So, but still, the external world can cause or can drive the way you think and the way you feel. The way you think drives the way you feel. And I'm calling thoughts and feelings now your internal world. So there is the external world, which you don't have any control of. It's nothing to do with you. It's none of your damn business, the external world, on one level. What you do have authority over, what you do have command of, is your internal world. In other words, the way you think and the way you feel. You have authority over that. And so that's really important in the way in which I'm using this model. And the next thing I've put down is the results, because the result is also very important. I'll come to the action in a second, but the result actually represents your external world. So there is the external world, which is not of your doing. When I say it's nothing to do with you, you can't do anything about it. It just is. That's the external world. Then there is your internal world that's inside you, and that consists of the way you think and the way you feel. And then there is your external world. It's not the external world. You can't do anything about that. You can't do anything about the rain. But your external world, well, that's something that you do have authority over. And I'm going to give you a nice little illustration in just a moment. So actions are really the bridge between your external world and your internal world. That's what action represents. It's like a bridge. So there's an internal thought, an internal feeling, which creates and drives an internal action, which creates and drives an external result in your world, not in the world, in your external world. And let me give you the classic example, and it's going to be a little bit extreme. I think I used it last time out, but I'm going to use it again because it's really powerful. Our friend and colleague, quote, Donald Trump, said some rather disparaging things about poorer countries of the world. And one of the things that he said was Nigeria is a shithole country. And so many people were up in arms, angry. How dare he? He's the president. He shouldn't do that. And my contention is that Donald Trump represents the external world. You got no control of that. But when he says something and you start being agitated, thinking agitated thoughts, and start feeling agitated, you're going to take agitated action. Now, remember, this is your world. This is your internal world. You think agitation, you feel agitation, and now you take action in agitation. Let's take it to the extreme. Let's say you're so angry about what Brother Donald said that you say, you know what, I'm not getting out of bed today. I can't get out of bed, man. The man's just depressing me. Now, that's the result. And where is that result? That result is in your external world. What do I mean by that? Well, you know, Donald Trump didn't come into your house and hold you down and say, don't get out of bed. You did that with the way you were thinking and the way you were feeling and with your actions. That's your external world. And actually, you kind of fused it with the external world. You said, well, the reason I can't get out of bed is because Donald Trump is saying all these nasty things. It's making me feel bad. I'm just inviting you. I'm not saying, no, don't think like that. What I'm inviting you to do is notice how you are thinking. Because when you do think in that way, it's going to impact your external world, not his. Furthermore, you say, I'm not getting out of bed today. Do you think Trump is even bothered about that? Do you think he even knows about that? The man is still in Mar-a-Lago or wherever he is. But here you are in your world, your external world, saying, I'm not going to get out of bed. And so, okay, so maybe that's a bit extreme, but you're going to argue with somebody over it. You say, he should never have said that. Let's say that person is quote unquote white. You lot are all racist. So now, please hear me correctly. I'm not saying that you approve of what he said. I don't approve of what he said, but I realize what he said is something that I have no control over. So me getting angry over it, that's going to impact and infect my internal world, not his. My anger at Donald Trump is not going to impact him at all, but his words have impacted me. Now, from my perspective and from the model's perspective, I have a choice in that. I can choose what his words mean. They're his words. That's what he said. And so once you begin to, and I'll share with you a little bit more later on, just want to really get this idea that there is a separation between the external world, to get this blooming mouse, the external world and your internal world. By the way, I have to say, you must recognize and realize that your internal world is the most delicate of places. It is the most fragile of places. And I don't mean that like it's a weakness. I mean, it needs to be handled with care. We don't realize when we do things like get angry, we're not handling our internal world with care. Now, should we never get angry? Now, if man is coming at you to chop you in your head, get angry. Well, run or, pick something up to chop him in his head. But if you hear words and you get angry, these are the things that you have authority over. When you speak over your life and speak into your life, then those words, not that they're not real, but they don't speak into your life without your permission. When you get the model, you recognize, well, that's what he said. I can't control that. But what do I want to think? How do I want to feel? And these are the things that the model will allow you to do. They allow you to question you, not him. Oftentimes you'll hear people say, well, what's the matter with this Trump? I don't get this guy. So what if you don't get him? What the hell do you need to get him for? You're never going to shake his hand. You're never going to meet him. You need to be able to get you. So it's almost like the external world is a place that you can learn, that would teach you how to come to be present to yourself and how you're interacting with the external world. Because when you're not aware of how the external world is fusing and blending with your internal world, that's when you say things like, that man is getting on my nerves, or he made me feel so mad, or I get so angry when I think about that guy. All of that is your internal world being polluted. And let me just tell you about anger. It does three things, essentially. It does more than three things, but let's just look at three aspects of anger. One, it shuts down the rational part of your brain in an instant. And at the same time as it does that, it actually expands the emotional part of your brain. So the front part of your brain shuts down, and the back part of your brain, the emotional part, expands. That's the first thing. The second thing is that it sends energy to your arms and your legs so that you can get ready to fight or flee. And it does that by the third thing, by taking the blood and the oxygen that is in your digestive system and redirecting it. Because in a moment of anger and danger, you don't need a digestive system. So that's energy that is taken away from that part of your body, stops all that processing, and starts funneling into your arms and your legs and the back of your brain to make you even more emotional. The more emotional you are, the more lightning reactions you'll have. And of course, the other thing that it does is your immune system. Your immune system is suppressed. In other words, energy from your immune system, you don't need that if your life is under threat. So again, that is also channeled to your arms and your legs. So there's three areas. Your well-being is impacted by your anger. So imagine you're in your bed, you're screwing about Trump, you're really upset. You said, shithole country, Nigeria, how dare he? That's your anger in your body. He doesn't even know that you're thinking that. He's like 2,000 miles away. But his words are impacting you. Now, I'm saying Trump, but you can put any external in that position. So your husband, your wife, your children, your mum, your dad, your boss, you can put anybody there. And now you have an opportunity or a strategy that you can implement on yourself to handle these situations in a much more calm and relaxed way. I'm going to share a little bit more about that as we go on. But I'm really hoping this is making sense so far. There is an external world that you don't have any authority in. When you get upset because it's raining, that is you almost like trying to control the weather. Well, you can't. Why are you getting upset because it's raining? I often tell me, oh, miserable weather today. Nothing wrong with the weather. There's something about what you're saying to yourself that is causing you to feel the way you feel. So there's your internal world. That place is delicate and fragile, and it needs to be handled with care. So anger is not a form of care. It's a form of protection, and sometimes that lends itself to sound like care, but it's not genuine care. It's not that loving care. And you can see that in the Middle East right now. If you talk to those two groups, the Palestinians and the Israelis, they'll both say, well, I have every right to defend my people. And I'm going to defend, and they're angry, right? And I'm going to defend them by throwing bombs at the other people. I'm going to drop bombs on their women and children. That's what I'm going to do. But again, when you do that, you're inviting them to do the same to you. So yeah, you're defending from anger. And it's not working, as you can see. But that's another a topic for another day. And so I just want you to get the idea that there's an external world that is nothing to do with you. Your job, your focus is your internal world, because from your internal world, you create your external world. Donald Trump didn't create that anger. It's inside you. You created it. Donald Trump doesn't even know you're angry. They're in your house shouting at people or shouting at the TV screen. You are creating that. Your thoughts and your feelings are creating, through your actions, your external world. It's not the same as the external world. You inhabit your external world. You don't inhabit the external world. That which is your external world is where you get an opportunity to create what you want, irrespective of what's going on in the external world. And so, yeah, again, and of course, it's that feedback thing, because now the feedback is really powerful. It always is. Whether it's going to harm you or help you, it's always powerful. Now, when you're in anger, it's very likely that it's going to harm you. When you're in peace, it's very likely it's going to heal you, to harmonize you, to balance you. And so when we hear these trigger words, you know the trigger words that I'm talking about, it's for us to now begin to recognize it's a word. And I am the owner of my peace. And then we get to choose the words that we want to trigger us and enlighten us, or even depress us. So, again, circumstances are of the external world. You can't control them. If you could just get that one idea that you cannot control, not you don't, you can't control the external world. It's like trying to control the weather. If you think of it like that, it can really help. And what is the external world? Everything and anything that is outside of you. If it's outside of you, it's external. And that means it's the external world. Yes, your children are part of the external world. You can incorporate them into your external world, but they're actually part of the external world for the purpose of your well-being and your ability to guide, to implement, to instruct. When you come from your internal world and you're coming from that place of safety, then your children get the best of you. But oftentimes, when we come from our internal world, it's from danger. And so our children get our fears, our worries, our doubts. So your thoughts and feelings are part of your internal world. I just keep going on about it. It's so important to recognize this mine. You say that to yourself. Wait, this is mine. It's mine. I get to do what I want to do with it. And the link between your internal world and your external world is action. And it's got to be your action. It's not anybody else's action. It's not Donald Trump's action. I got into a big argument with my friend because Donald Trump said Nigeria is a shithole country, and he said he's right. And I got into it with him. Get out of it. Stop getting into it. Get into it with yourself. Deal with your internal world. And then the results show up in your external world. And there, the big mistake, most people truly believe the way to gain mastery of their external world is by gaining mastery of the external world. So we tend to do things arse about face. We start with, I don't like this person. I feel that this person is trying to do me bad. And so we try to do something about that, not recognizing that person is of the external world. They're not in your internal world. They're not in your external world. They're part of the external world. That separation, recognizing that separation, that pattern can allow you to have so much freedom. Yeah. So master your external world by mastering your internal world. This one and that one, head and heart. And I just want to put it more simply. There's the external world, nothing to do with you at all. There is your internal world. That's everything to do with you. Everything. 100%. Then there are your actions. Stop making other people responsible for your actions by saying, I did it because of what they did. I did it because of how they acted. It's just a merry-go-round, and not a pleasant one either. And then there's your external world. This is where you live. And this is the one you get to create. If you don't intentionally create your external world, then you will allow the external world to create your external world. And then you have chaos. So there are three things really, but I'm just going to deal with two of them that I've noticed that really are challenging for most human beings. Come on, Sheila. So the first thing is arguing with reality. And I think I touched on this last time out, but I'm going to go over it again because these are two of the things that most people really don't get. So what is arguing with reality? Well, I did mention her before, and I mentioned her again. Her name is Brooke Castillo, or Castillo. It's spelled Castillo, but it's pronounced Castillo. And she invented this thing called the model. And, oh, actually, sorry, wrong person. Byron Katie is the one who's gave me this idea about arguing with reality. And it really makes sense. She says it like this. She says, arguing with reality is, and if you've got any question, I'm going to give you just a few more minutes. Let me just finish this bit. And then if you've got some questions, please ask. So what is arguing with reality? So here's the situation. It's a thought experiment. You've been working your job for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, and you lose that job. And then you go home to your spouse and you say, spouse, I shouldn't have lost my job. Imagine how you would be feeling if you went home and said those words. In fact, does anybody want to give me an idea of how you might be feeling if you went home after losing your job and said, I shouldn't have lost my job? You've had the job for 20, 30, 40, 50 years and you've suddenly lost it. And you go home and say, spouse, I shouldn't have lost my job. How would you be feeling? Anybody? Quick, one person. Don't put it in the chat. Unmute your mic and speak.
Worthless.
Worthless, absolutely. Beautiful. Who was that, sister?
Karen.
Thank you, Sister Karen. I really appreciate that. And let me explain what happens when you're looking at it like that. And not you, but when you have that experience of being worthless because you've lost your job, it isn't because you lost your job, it's because you're arguing with reality. Think about it. You've lost your job and you go home and say, I shouldn't have lost it. Already gone. You've already lost it. It's like saying something that happened shouldn't have happened. But what's the reality? It has happened. And so oftentimes we don't realize that what we say to ourselves is causing us extra consternation. That should and shouldn't, it should be this way or it shouldn't be that way, is without us realizing it unwittingly, we're arguing with the reality. We're arguing with the external world. Donald Trump shouldn't have said that. And so as soon as you see something that has happened, and now it's happened, you say it shouldn't have happened, you cannot help but have internal conflict because you feel aggrieved. And so what's the way around it? Well, here's the way around it. It's a two-pronged approach. The first thing is to accept the reality as opposed to argue with it. That isn't approving of it. That isn't saying, yay, I lost my job. But it's going home and saying, spouse, I lost my job. What does that do? Well, that tells you and tells spouse that you're explaining the reality, not approving, but just saying, here's what has happened. And once you've done that, once you've got the reality and you've accepted it, now you can go on to the next step, which is to ask yourself the question, what do I do now? Now. And it's the now that presences you to the reality. So Donald Trump called Nigeria a shithole country. Well, what do I do now? Now. Not Donald Trump shouldn't have said that. This guy's getting on my nerves, man. He's the limit. All of that. I can even feel as I'm saying those words, the tension inside me. Whereas when I say Donald Trump called Nigeria a shithole country, I don't approve of it, but what do I do now? Now I can be clear. So what? Write him a letter? Go and work my job harder? Go start a business? Go get some people in the community to rally together to start a business? To go start some projects around housing? Open a school? The world is open to creation when you stop arguing with reality. Oh, there's another one that we don't realize is arguing with reality, and that is our standards and our expectations. Oh, well, I expected it to be this way, and it's not that way, so now I'm not happy. But it is the way it is. You know, you've heard that one, right? In America, they say, what it is, man. And over here, we tend to say, it is what it is. And we don't realize how true that is. When you're being present to the reality, it is what it is. That doesn't mean that you're happy about it, but you're accepting the reality. Accept the reality, then presence it by saying, what do I do now? Then you've opened things up. So that's the first thing. So arguing with reality, arguing with the external world. Oh, it shouldn't be raining. It's raining. What do you mean it shouldn't be raining? It's really getting on my nerves, this weather. What do you mean? It's reality. What do I do now? The next all-important thing, is underlying assumptions. And I explained this one last week, a couple of weeks ago as well, but I just want to go through it again because it's so important. If you get these two, one, arguing with reality, and two, underlying assumptions. So what are underlying assumptions? Well, our underlying assumptions are a bit like, I'll explain it the way I did it last time, which is about carpet. So carpet has underlay, but you never see the underlay. You don't pick up the carpet and say, oh, that's a wonderful underlay. You just say, this is a lovely carpet, isn't it? But the underlay does three things for carpet. One, it stops the carpet from slipping. Two, it helps the carpet to even out once you've laid it. And three, it elongates the longevity. It gives the carpet longer life. Because if the underlay wasn't there, then when you step on the carpet, it would just crush it into the hard surface, and slowly but surely it would wear away. But when you put that underlay in there, it's like an extra spring. So the carpet can spring back and recover more quickly. And so what does that mean? It means that when you're walking on carpet, it's being supported by the underlay. When we walk, when we interact with life, we are being supported by our underlying assumptions. And our underlying assumptions, often we don't even recognize them. So when somebody says, I'm really offended that Donald Trump said, you know, Nigeria, shithole country. Well, hold on a minute. What is underneath that you're not seeing about you? Your sayings, if you're saying you're angry about those words, what I would invite you to do is look underneath those words and what are you saying to yourself? Like, yeah, I'm offended. How dare he? What? And be careful now, because this is what I mean about your internal world is very delicate and very fragile. But I would invite you to explore what insecurities are you having that somebody could speak those words and that you could feel the way you feel. What are you thinking that's causing you to feel that way? What are the underlying assumptions? Without recognizing that you're being led by your underlying assumptions, you don't even see it that way. So somebody says, yeah, but that's you. You say, how do you mean it's me? Which drives it even further into underlying assumptions. Because no, it's not me, it's him. It's because of the confusion about the world, which you're now blending with your internal world. The external world is not a part of you. That's not why you were put on this earth. You are a creator. You create your external world. You don't create the external world. It's a bit like if you have any sort of faith or belief system, then, God is the creator. And, in the Bible, it said, somewhere in there, it says, let us make man after our own image. So what does that mean? Well, that means that God has made us after her own image. Do you get that, her? Yeah, that really messes with people. You say, her? How do you mean her? It's not she. God is a he. No chance. Anyway, that's again for another discussion. But just to get those two ideas, arguing with reality and underlying assumptions. And often we don't realize how powerful our underlying assumptions are. And so, there's one more thing that I haven't actually put in the slide, but I do want to share it with you. It's an insight I had into how this is about the past and how we look and view the past. Oftentimes, when we experience some unfortunate trauma, be it mild or extremely difficult, say like a traumatic argument with a friend, we tend to look back at the past, and psychologists call it cognitive reflection. And what most people do, they don't reflect when they look back, they deflect. So what does that mean? So let's look at reflection first. So when you cognitively reflect, it means you've got to go back into the past. Remember, again, I'm going to say about be delicate, handle your internal system, your internal world with care. Is delicate and fragile. And this is where it really comes out, because let's say something happened in the past and you got into an argument with somebody. And let's say, 80% of it was them and 20% of it was you. When you cognitively reflect, you focus on your 20% and you say, yeah, I that was me, man. I saw what I did. I own what I did. Again, it's not condemning yourself about it. It's not approving of it, but it's recognizing that I lost my temper. Yeah, he might have called, my mum a fat slag, or he might have said that I look like a tramp. But then I lost my temper. And so you're beginning to recognize that I lost my temper, that it was you that lost your temper. And then when you look at it like that, then the other thing that you do when you're cognitively reflecting is look at how the words that you used would have impacted that person adversely. Yes, that's not to say that they didn't say the things that they said, but still you're reflecting on you. What we often do is deflect. And here's the problem with deflecting. When we deflect, we look at what they did to us. So you can't change that. So, and also, so the first thing is you can't change that. But the other thing is that when you now look at what you did, you say, yeah, but I did it because of what they did. So now you concretize what happened. And of course, now you're looking into the past at what they did. It doesn't change the past. So the past still remains painful to you because they did it. It's what they said. It's how they acted. It wasn't anything to do with me. You justify your position. You know, when you justify your position, you justify how you feel. So if you were angry back then, you're still angry now. And you don't know why you're still angry. Or you do, them. But if you want peace, harmony, balance, well-being, you've got to reflect on your 20%. And by the way, your 20% is 100% of you. It's 0% of them. That's why you have authority over it. Your 20% is 100% of you. So that's the bit that you have to work with, not that 80% of what they did. And yes, it may well have been heinous what they said, despicable, and all the rest of it. When you look at it like that and the hurt that it caused you, you stay hurt. When you look at what you did, this is what I mean about you really got to be gentle with yourself here, to look at what you did without condemning yourself, tackling what you see. That is your freedom. And by the way, cognitive, there's something else. This is why it's also extremely important, because our brain and nervous system is an anticipatory machine, and it's constantly anticipating what's going to happen next. So even as I'm speaking, if I were to let me say that again, because I probably didn't make any sense. But even as I'm speaking, if I was to Wednesday, you're probably thinking, what's he talking about? Because your anticipatory machinery is expecting to hear sentences that make sense. So if I say cat or Wednesday, you think, what's he talking about? But if I say the way that your anticipatory machinery works is by looking moment by moment, as well as into the years, the long-term future, the immediate future, and the midterm future. It does all of those all at the same time, but it's constantly doing that. And now the way that it gets information is by what's gone on in the past. So you don't realize it, that your anticipatory machinery that anticipates what's going to happen next, actually looks back at what happened first. And so when you're cognitively deflecting and you're angry about what happened in the past, and you know it was their fault, and that's why I know why what I had to do because of what they did. Well, what do you think your anticipatory machinery is doing? It's making you cognitively inflexible. So you're going to turn to the future looking for justification to continue to think and feel the way you do. And if you felt aggrieved, don't be surprised if you keep running into people who aggrieve you. Whereas if you're cognitively flexible, that means you've gone back into the past, cognitively reflected on that situation. It's freed you up a little bit. So now, as you turn to the future and begin to anticipate what's going to happen next, you do so in flexibility as opposed to rigidity. So cognitive reflection is powerful. And of course, cognitive reflection is a way of presencing reality, the reality of the past, not the story of the past, not arguing with the reality of the past. Is this making sense, folks? Okay, so yeah, that's what I do. I'm just going to share one more thing with you, and then I'm open for questions. So take a screenshot of that if you want to have a session. It says 30 quid, and I promise you, because it's Auntie Jean and me and her, we cool, I'll do it for free. So if you want to have a freedom session with me, take that. You got to text me this evening or email me this evening, and you'll get a free one. And by the way, 30 quid is a steal. And when I call it a freedom session, because I guarantee you some freedom from whatever you're dealing with. So that is looking at that's a deeper look at the model. Does anybody have anything they want to share, add, or take away? Any questions? Hit me. Not physically,
but with a rhythm stick, no? Has
endurance.
anybody got any anybody got any questions, or even to go over? Do you want to sort of like touch on a couple of the things? Maybe we'll, jog some people's memories onto something, because maybe because you do your presentation, so you touch on something, but people want to say something at the time. But
yes. So do you want me to go back in and put it on again, or can I just speak?
Can I just say something?
Go ahead, Cheryl. Miss Farnham.
Hello, Mervyn. I just want to say a big thank you to you right now. In the sense that I lost my aunt literally just over a week and a half ago.
Sorry.
Thank you. But why I'm mentioning this is that we are exactly at this pinnacle point of everything you've just said today. Literally. And I know this message is for me, because I'm in that place in regards to anger, upset. The way certain family members are behaving is atrocious, and it's despicable right now. So everything you've just touched on, I know this is a message that's for me, because I've not been on any Zooms in the last week and a half. So to come on here now today to Auntie Jean's session, this message is for me. So I just want to say thank you. I was meant to receive this today. Come on this live Zoom and receive this message. So thank you. I'm going to work through everything you've just said, but I recognise everything you've just said there is exactly what I and certain members of my family are going through right now with other members of the family, and in regards to how people are behaving and funeral arrangements. So thank you so much.
Ding me, sister. Ding me, and let's have a freedom session. Just explore a little bit, if you want to.
Yeah. Okay.
I thank you so much for saying that. It takes a big, brave person to come and speak in the way that you're speaking, especially about something so dear to your heart. We all know what that loss is like, and we've all seen the chaos.
Yes.
So just fantastic. Really big up, sister.
Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. It's just
I tell you what. Sorry. I tell you what, Cheryl, you can handle it. You can handle it. I know you can.
I'm trying to be the bigger person. It's just one of these things when you see family that you love all your years, but all of a sudden a situation like this has brought out the nasty side of people, the vicious, the resent, everything that people, I guess, have been keeping under wraps is just, everything's coming to the surface. And I'm just trying to be the bigger person and try and focus on what is ahead of us, doing a funeral service and doing it to the best of our ability. But it's just a red flag that's brought up a lot of stuff. So I know I was to come on Auntie Jean's Zoom today and receive this message personally for me, because it's given me focus on how I need to deal with this going forward. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Good for you. Anybody else? I see we've got some chats going. We are chat. Everybody love chat. Open your mouth now. So what we got?
What is shy?
Oh, wow, big message from Girl Boss Boots. Empowerment. 3 weekly innovative business education. Education system employment, and will help them to set their goals for their future in a creative way to support goal planning, empowerment, and self-confidence building. Love it. The life roadmap or planning roadmap will help the young mothers, yes, work on personal competencies. That's it. And resources to identify their hidden resources and potentials. You have gold in you. I'm telling you. Yeah, love it, love it. To get clarity. Clarity is power about their goals and plan and to plan concrete next steps and much more. Boy, I'm going to see if I can get on
that. Sister Anyanna is going to be speaking about that after your presentation.
Excellent.
But you've missed out. It says, family, I'd encourage you to join up. You surely won't regret it. Brother Mervyn is outstanding.
Thank you.
That's from Sister
I
Catherine.
received that. Thank you, Sister K. Sister C. I received that and I let that in. We oftentimes, because, you know, as children, although we are celebrated, we're also kind of pushed down. So we're told, you know, don't be too big-headed. So we take compliments, but sometimes it's like we sideswipe it. Oh, thank you, but you shouldn't have. Or it was nothing. Yeah, it was something. I worked damn hard to get this information. I know what I'm talking about. It's good stuff and it can help people. So I let that in. Thank you very much for that, Sister Catherine. I appreciate that.
I mean, Sister Pauline is talking about stress management and anger, and asking for training providers. So I know, say you're one of them. So I don't know what she's asking if you're here.
Well, tell me what you want to know about stress, anger. Again, the main thing is just with our internal world. I cannot impress upon you enough the importance of being delicate, taking care of your internal world. It's really challenging, especially when somebody else is, you know, particularly when you're with your spouse or, you know, a good friend, and you two are not seeing eye to eye, and now there's anger in the conversation, and to keep your peace is really, really difficult. But I invite you, I urge you to find ways to keep your peace. It optimizes your well-being when you're not frustrated, when you're not stressed, when you're not angry, when you're not fearful. Your well-being is optimized. That means your kidneys, your heart, your liver, your digestive system, your immune system, they're all running at their best. And when they're running at their best, that means you are running at your best. Also, psychologically, when you have balance and well-being, your mind is running at its best. And so you can do those things. You can start practicing being that way. It's very powerful. Anybody got anything else they want to share, add, or take away? Speak now or forever hold your peace. Text me, man. Text me. Or email me. Or not. You know, there's no obligation to. But I do want to bring this information to our community. This technology is not exclusive to any one race. It belongs to the human race. That's who we are. If a Martian came down and they sucked blood, do you think they say, well, I only want black blood or white blood or Chinese blood? They suck blood. And we better get it. One race. Of course, within that, we need to make sure that we are doing for ourselves, that we can be a benefit and a contribution to others.
Okay. Awfully quiet out there.
It's awfully quiet. Tumbleweeds.
I don't think anybody's got any questions. I can't see anything else in the chat.
Okay.
Anyone's put anything else in? But
I put something in there. It's Karen here, with regards to loved ones passing, and what we find is that fear, guilt, greed, and relevance is what comes up when loved ones pass. And I experienced that about a year ago with a very close family that kind of locked me out of something, and I understood that they wanted to be relevant in that situation. They wanted to be seen as being doing the best, or they were guilty about what they didn't do while the person was alive, or then others are thinking about the money, and then other people are thinking of, there's so much emotional things that come up, and even though that it does come up, it still hurts.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It still hurts, but when you realize that's what's going on, you can just step out and observe. And those who want to feel relevant, you make them feel relevant, give them a nice little job to do or a nice little passage to read, and you know what I mean? And those who feel guilty, you just, however you feel you want to approach them. I, in that situation, stood back, and I'm still feeling hurt about it. But I'm working on that because that's about me, really. You know what I mean? I wanted to feel relevant in that situation, and I was left out. So I'm still working on it, and that's something that is hard to kind of look at and admit, but that's my reality. That was my reality, my internal world.
You are on your way by owning how you felt. Oftentimes, we don't want to own how we felt. We say, well, the reason I felt like that was because of them. So we're justifying how we feel, but that just concretizes it. But when you state it in the way that you did, I felt hurt, and I've got to work on that. That's on me. That gives you an opportunity to begin to reflect and not deflect. And so the more you do that work, the more it will be easier for you to be cognitively flexible around the situation, and you can melt it. You quite literally melt it away so that you have peace and you can move forwards in peace. Again, oftentimes we don't melt it, we concretize it. It becomes hard, and just the mere thought of it, just a wisp of it triggers. So I commend you on speaking those words, Sister Karen, and I appreciate that. Again, it's a very, very difficult area. It is very hurtful. And so your outlook on it is what is going to help you to continue to grow through it.
Yeah, thank you for that. And it's about returning to the heart and unconditional love. A lot of self-reflection and self-inquiry.
Your internal world is a place where we want to get intimate with, and I shared it with listeners a couple of weeks ago, and I'll share it again because it's so important and so powerful. The word intimacy has several meanings. One of them is the Hollywood or popular press, which means sex. But the other one is to be in a warm, caring, loving, and affectionate relationship. But in the dictionary, it says with other groups or other people. And what's missing from that? Other groups, other people, what's missing?
Yourself.
Exactly. And most people, the affection bit, that's where they kind of get a little bit bamboozled. They realize. But here's an example of how you want to start to be with yourself. You know, when your best mate is down, you say to them, and they messed up, and you got that compassion for them. You say, listen, I know you messed up, but listen, I'm there for you, man. We can get through this. This will be okay. When you're like that with them, that's how you want to be with yourself. Oftentimes, my clients will tell me, I can do it for other people, I just can't do it for myself. And so it's to take the time to recognize, one, your internal world, my internal world is extremely delicate and extremely fragile. And it isn't something that there's nothing wrong with that. It just means that we need to handle it with care, with care. We need to be intimate, warm, caring, loving, and affectionate to ourselves before we can be that with other people, for other people.
Yes, I just noticed the question that came in when someone said, please speak about sharing and not internalizing anger and hurt. And I will let you, in that instance, I actually said how hurt I was, yes, and how surprised I was, and how I'm still feeling it. So Mervyn, you can elaborate on that, but I actually did express it. And that was me standing in my truth. They have to know it's there in order for me to be, authentic and have that integrity of saying I was hurt by the situation.
So when it comes to expressing it, there are different ways of doing that. So when we express, oftentimes we don't recognize the position that we're coming from, the posture. So our brain and nervous system survives life. We survive, we're kept alive by interacting and operating internally in one of three ways. We either survive life in the survival state of safety / growth, right? So we can survive life by growing. If you're not growing, you're dying. You can survive life, keep yourself alive in the survival state of danger, okay, which is fight or flight. Or you can survive life, by the way, in the survival state of life threat. So if your life is under threat, there's a way in which you can survive life. And in life threat, we tend to be lifeless. So that's where it's associated with depression, with giving up. I can't do it. There's no way I can do it, or it's not worth carrying on. And what it is, our brain and nervous system is akin to a mammal. So I remember a few years ago, our cat came into the house and it had a dead mouse in its mouth. I was like, la, the cat bringing a mouse. Look here. And so she dropped the thing on the floor and it immediately started to scurry away. And it was alive, but it was dead. So it was surviving life. It was trying to keep itself alive by playing dead. And so life threat is what we're like when we're in that state. So it's not just physical, can't get out of bed, badly depressed. It's also psychological. So you could be in a relationship with someone and you've given up. I can't go to even say anything. They're not listening. So that's one way. The second then, and this is, by the way, this is bottom up. So that's the lowest level of survival. The next level is danger, where we're mobilized, we can act. But of course, when we're in the survival state of danger, we are very likely to want to fight or take flight, because that's what it's all about. And our brain and nervous system is geared towards that. And then the highest one, and I'm not too sure if it's the highest one, they're all valid given the circumstances. But certainly in terms of optimization of your body and your well-being, when you're in the survival state of safety, when you feel safe, that is when you are at your best in terms of being able to read people, read their expressions, hear the tone of their voice, and you catch things much more. You are confident. You are curious about life. You convey compassion. And so back to your question about when people are speaking their truth, it depends where you're speaking your truth from. when you're speaking your truth from danger, it's true, but you're spitting them words. When you're speaking your truth from safety, it's true, and those words are being delivered with kindness, with gentleness, for you, not for them. It may well be the others are looking at you, shut your mouth. That's them. You're not doing it for them, you're doing it for you. And so that's what I mean about being so delicate with yourself. It looks almost like it can be seen that you're being weak, but actually you're being vulnerable. And that is also linked to authenticity. But it's a tightrope.
I'm going to say I speak my truth with unconditional love.
Mm.
Yeah, unconditional love for myself first and for the person I'm delivering it to. Mm. That's my practice now. So I'm allowing them.
It don't work all the time. Yeah.
Say again.
I said it doesn't work all the time for me.
I know it does. You know what? And then you realise then again it's about them then, isn't it? But you know, to hold it in and not speak it. You know what I mean? It was more painful. I'm not saying that the pain goes away straight away, but at least I can say, you know what, I love you lot, but boy, you did treat me bad, you know, and I felt it, I felt away.
Yeah.
And so that's me saying that with love. And then for them to understand, oh, the sorries did come. It happened. You know what I mean? Yeah. So unconditional love.
Yeah. I've got, I think I shared it with you before, but I'm going to share it with you again, a way of looking at this idea about love. And so, you know, when you're on, you all love that, man. The illusion of separation is the biggest, we're all one. Nobody breathes different air. We are all one, all of us. Anyway, you're on an aircraft and it's just about to take off and they go through the emergency procedures. And typically at some stage in that process, they get to the bit about the oxygen masks. And normally there's a video or something, but they'll say to you, when you see that video, it will say, you'll hear the announcement, please put the mask on yourself before you put it on anyone else. And typically there's a kid sitting next to an adult and the kid's looking at the adult and the adult reaches for the mask, puts it on themselves and then starts to put the mask on the kid. And nobody says, hold on a minute, that's not right. I should be, how dare you? I'm taking you guys to the European Court of Human Rights. That's abuse of children. We're supposed to protect our children, look after our children. Why doesn't anybody get out and scream and rant and rave like that? Anybody, tell me, why?
It makes perfect sense to look after yourself. You've got to look after the child.
Then no more. Because
the child can't look after himself if you go. If you gone, you know, you put the mask on the child, and then what's the child going to do if you know, haven't got enough time to put it on yourself?
You're halfway through the process. You die. Now the kid dies. Mm-hmm. Whereas when you make sure there's enough oxygen now. The child. Yeah.
Because I'm sure they put the goats on the you know, in the cargo. It doesn't go. It don't come inside the plane with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sometimes I'm rather indelicate with my phrasing.
All right.
So imagine the situation then. You've thrown me right out of what I was going to say.
Sorry.
So that's okay. So yeah. So when you put that mask on yourself first, and you're not going, I'm all right. Look after yourself. You've got to make sure you've got enough oxygen so that you're ready to be able to help others. So it's not like you look after yourself, kid. I'm looking after myself. Okay, let me go, and then you help. And so when the plane lands, what most people do, especially our females, is forget all about that. They go look after everyone else, because that whenever I coach anybody, and I say, they all say to me, well, you've got to look after yourself, before you look after others. Everybody gets that. So it's a natural way of being for a human being. But you know, the pressures of life cause us to be normal. So what's the normality? Run, 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 run. I'll get a rest when I can. Run, 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 run. I'll get a rest when I can. Run. That's what we keep doing, particularly our females. So I look at giving as an act of love. And as an act of love, it comes from the heart. And so oftentimes we don't realize that when we give, we're not giving from our overflow. We're dipping into the well of our heart and depleting it to give. And typically when you give like that, even if it's for the most noblest of reasons, at some stage, there's going to be some, hold on a minute, I'll just keep giving, this person just keep taking. Because you're giving from you're giving from lack, you're depleting. The thing to do is to fill your heart up so that it overflows. Then you're giving from the abundance of your heart. You're giving what you don't need. You don't need it, so you can give it. And when you do it in that way, you know also when you've got to stop and top up again before you start giving. But oftentimes we're in just taking out, depleting, giving from lack. When you give from lack, I promise you, at some stage, it's going to come back to bite you in the butt. So give to yourself first. And again, as children, we're not taught that. We're taught to share, to the point where your parents will fight you over making sure that you share. And then they'll start to impose those, you're too selfish, you're too craven, you're too greedy, all of those things. So we guilt trip ourselves about, I'm going to eat this on my own. We feel guilty about buying something for ourselves. When you hear people say, I just treated myself today, and it's like it's a shock to them. I treat myself all the time, all the time. To be at your best is to give people your best. Any other version of you is always going to be somewhere lacking. Give to yourself first. You're important. So, yes, and I did love that one in the chat. I just want to read that one, man. Yeah, the illusion of separation is our biggest hurdle. And then, yeah, introspection. It's all inside. We just keep externalizing it and then making the external world responsible for our internal world. No, you're responsible for that. You're a co-creator. You get to create your own world. You get that, Ches?
Yeah, after you said kids, yeah, I have got it.
Are you going to come like that with me now?
No. I heard you say it again, but you pulled yourself back by saying children.
Yeah,
so, yeah. Well, I won't chastise you too much.
But I will.
Thank you, Auntie Jean.
Keep me in line now, man.
Right. Especially when it comes to our children.
Yes, yeah, they're very important.
Just say, you call our children animals, they will act like animals.
Yes, yeah, very true, very true.
Yeah. Sorry. I think I've thrown you off again, haven't I? We've thrown you off.
So, anybody got anything else? Any insights? Anything at all that you've seen, you want to share? It doesn't necessarily have to be personal. You know, it could just be an observation that you have.
Can I ask a question?
You must
it's
certainly
about
can.
how it's Pauline here. It's just about how to cope with some of the changes during the pandemic, and we're coming out of it. And people have had to, perhaps some people are going to become unemployed when the furlough is lifted. They're having to make decisions, financial, perhaps reducing their income. They're probably having to look at some of the, some issues around their family. People have lost people, family, elders and, loved ones, and they're having to make quite, I suppose, imminent decisions, things they hadn't planned for, sudden things that they have really no control of, really, because no one knows when someone's going to die. No one's going to know what's going to happen with how their children are feeling at school, the mental impact. There seems to be so much being flooded on people now. It's just how do people cope with this situation? Because it's very different from what's happened.
Yes. In a way it is, but in a way it's not. It's when you really check the model, you just look at all that's happening as circumstance. Those are things that are happening in the external world. So, you know, there have been world wars that have been going on, probably in the pandemic, that we're just unaware of. And not world wars, and national wars, countries at war with each other. And also, as you speak, you know, we're sort of going into the roles of generalizing. And oftentimes when we generalize, we move away from the specifics of the situation, because each and every person is actually unique and is impacted in a unique way. So what may work for one might even be a poison for another. And so poverty mindset. So really, really important then, if I were to coach an individual who came to me with those issues, if I was to generalize, one of the things I would say is, if it comes to decision making, or you're not really concerned about something, get it on paper, write it down. So you can just quickly do pros and cons. You know, if it's how much money I'm going to have left, if I lose this job, write it down. One of the reasons I say that is because writing is a way of interacting dynamically with your thinking and your feeling. Oftentimes we don't realize that our self-talk is really, really rapid. So you can't speak words as quickly as you can speak to yourself. Our self-talk is somewhere between 300 to 1,000 words a minute. Typically because we think in pictures, we don't actually think in words. But also the communication between the way we think and the way we feel isn't verbal, it's sensory. And so we can't keep up with that. And one of the ways in which you get to interact with it is to write it down. When you've got a thought just going around and around and around and around and around, it's very, very challenging to even stop it. But once you write it down, you can get to see it, and it builds it into, you get more buy-in. It builds it so that it looks like something you can actually reference. And so if I was to say one thing out of all the plandemic, scandemic, pandemic, whatever it is that's going on, is that you take to journaling generally. Remember to do it, and remind yourself that your internal system is extremely delicate and extremely fragile. So you come from that space, as Karen said, of love when you're writing it down. Not, I've got all these problems going on, but to state the reality of it and then presence it. I don't have enough money. That's a fact. So what do I do now? Now I'm present to that. Not, this is terrible. I don't have, I should have more money. They shouldn't have sacked me. This pandemic shouldn't be happening. Yeah, you presence it, and that will give you an opportunity to think about what to do next. But I'd hesitate to give specific, because I'd need to really hear that person and see what their take is. Because they may say, well, I'm worried about being unemployed. But underneath that, there's a whole heap of shifting going on that we need to get to. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, writing's a superpower. I have a little black and red. I don't write in it every day, but I do write in it all the time. Loads and loads of writing. You probably can't even see that. I hope you can't see it because it's all personal.
What did you say about Auntie Jean? No, not really.
No.
You're a troublemaker, you.
No, I'm a trouble fixer, all right?
Oh, bruh. I stand corrected again. Boy. Yes. So come on, man. I'm not here for much longer. I'm a coach. I'm very accomplished. Talk
DJ Supreme.
DJ.
Wow, you just jump in on me. You jumped in on me, Auntie G. You know, I'm really enjoying the conversation, and a lot of things are just popping out for me. And you know, there was a young lady speaking about her family and the funeral and stuff, and I just look at human behavior and how psychologists have always used human behavior and controlled human behavior. And when we do have adversities and stuff like, we find out that these behaviors do come out of us, because this is just my theory. They have made us dysfunctional on purpose. That is my theory. Right. We've had these theories where they say how to control a slave, the dark skin versus this one and that one. It's always been there. Sometimes we got psychology on us and we don't even see it. And that young lady, there was just something. There's that, you know, there's a psychologist, I think his name is Kubler-Ross, and he talks about the change curve, and he actually studies the cycle you go through when you go through bereavement or a change that you can't handle. So they know that you go through these things. And this is why I say, when we have a legacy, we always seem to be squabbling over a legacy because they've made us dysfunctional. We go to a solicitor to pay for us to put us right, or, you know, because things are, you know, we're fighting each other. And I see that in our culture that it does happen a lot. In other cultures, I could be wrong, they sit down, they make their wills and their trusts and have their executors, and people know before they pass what's going to happen. There's a bit of, you know, it's like unity. If there's no unity in the family, when that dynamic of that person goes, there will always be arguments and differences. And, you know, some of them will never probably return, you know. So if the family was dysfunctional before, it's even going to be even more dysfunctional when somebody major in the family passes away. So I just look at that psychology has always been used on us. And if you look in the Bible, even in the Bible, it says, I think it's Hosea 4:6 says, our people will perish due to a lack of knowledge. And I think that a lot of stuff has been withheld from us. And it's like now that we've got people like yourself, Mervyn, who are overstanding the psychology and explaining it, because we're dealing with the brain. We're dealing with, you know, adversities and things that we've never had to deal with. But, you know, and that's really the brain to me. Anyway, that's all I've got to say, Mervyn, on that. You know,
you went in there, brother, man. You went in.
Because you know, in a sense, let's look at it this way, and this is just me again. They've got us into habits. Those habits now become addiction. Going to work is a habit. You know, and then they say if you don't have this habit, they put a fear on it. You're going to lose your house. You're going to lose your relationship because you ain't got your job. They've put this psychology around us. And sometimes if we overstand certain things, I think we're more powerful, you know, because we've tapped into a system of fear. You know, even the other day you know, you look at, and this is my last point, you look at all these people that we've always saying, yeah, we're going to be a pensioner, I got to draw a pension. But the man who's doing the pension scheme is pulling a scam on you. And you find out, no, you ain't got no pension. You understand? But anyway, I'll leave it there because, you know, I'm going into one. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if you could answer anything there, actually. I need my freedom. My freedom.
You have a good go at it, Mervyn.
Yeah.
So there are, well, first of all, just remember the model. And we often spend time arguing about the reality. They did this to us, they've done that to us, these people are devils, these people are demons. It shouldn't have happened. Now, it did happen. So let's first of all accept the reality. And then from there, what do we do now? Some of us are so caught up and concretized by the past. And it's not to say we're dismissing it or ignoring it, but we're so concretized by it that it's now shaping the way we interact with the world. Whereas when we accept what has happened in the past, accept it, not approve, accept it, then you can be present to it. When you're present to reality, you're at that's your best opportunity to make progress. When you're not present to reality, you will be chasing your tail around and around and around. But so that's one aspect of it. Specifically then around, they have psychological tools that they've been using for centuries. They've used them against their own. You know, if you look back in history, you'll see that the history of the United Kingdom, the kings and the queens, you will see, although they paint it with all the pageantry and the pomp and the circumstance, these were murderous, incestuous, the most depraved of human beings. Go back and read about any of the kings and queens of this country. Incestuous, murderous, depraved, completely leading the country. Yeah. So the people of the United Kingdoms are a traumatized people. The whole criminal justice system has been born out of trauma, which is why it doesn't work. And so we're not the only ones that are traumatized. They're traumatized as well. It's just that we present in a different way to them. And their trauma, they've normalized it. So they talk about the First and Second World War, and they say millions of people died, but they're not present to it. I mean, the barbarity that went on, they talk about it like it was just a fact of history. But we don't have that. And you see what they talk about, like it's a fact of history, so they can be present to it and then move on from it. Whereas we have been extremely traumatized, and we're not aware that we haven't moved on because we're not present to it. So it's a challenge, Supreme. It really is, but it is one with technology that is out there that we can handle. We can handle it. Just as a couple of things, I've got loads more around that. The whole black-white thing, all these illusions that are being painted. I don't know if you've seen on, I think it was on one of these WhatsApp clips. I've seen it on WhatsApp where there's a Chinese woman and she's speaking with the broadest, most yardiest accent you could ever want to hear. If you close your eyes, you would say, that's a Jamaican. And of course she is a Jamaican because she was born there. But when you look at her, she's fully Chinese. And I was like, wow, look at that. So this idea that we have about race and culture, you know, if she can speak like, I didn't hear any, you know, the Chinese have a little kind of a wow, 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 wow. There was nothing. I'm not saying that disrespectfully. She was Jamaican. And if I close my eyes, I say that could be my mum, my grandmother, my auntie, any of them. And so that, to me, breeds into the theory that we are one. You know, you can put a child in any culture and that child will become that culture. And so that illusion that we have around race, around religion, I just believe they're artificial. They're not real. What is real is we all breathe air. We all bleed. That's real. But I'm a Christian and you're a Muslim. That's not real. I've even, maybe a bit controversial, because I used to be a born-again Christian, but when I started really looking at it from the aspect of some of the work that I've done, I've begun to see that, wow, it's just a belief system. When a child, did you know when a child is born, they are born in the lowest brainwave frequency? And when adults have that same brainwave frequency, when an adult is in the same brainwave frequency that a child is in, they say that you're in a hypnotic trance. So what does that mean? It means that our children from birth don't interact with the real world. They're in a trance. And so suggestion is very easy. So, you know, when you see Paul McKenna say, stand up and bark like a dog, when I click my fingers and you go, row, row. Same thing with our children. They're in a hypnotic trance up until about 5 or 6. So the tooth fairy is real. Like, they truly believe that a fairy will come in and take their tooth and put a sixpence. Oops, not sixpence. I'm showing.
It was a sixpence in my day as well.
But they really believe that. They believe that Santa Claus, Father Christmas, is going to come down the chimney. Check this. They believe that Jesus will come and save us. I know that's controversial. And I don't mess with people's beliefs. But it's just a belief system. And if you really see how children come into the world, they're just in a trance. And they just soak up everything, which is why trauma is so debilitating for our children, not our kids, for our children. Because they
you didn't have to correct yourself. You said the right thing, and then you said kids, and then you have to correct yourself.
It's getting hot in here, man.
Getting hot to the collar, yeah, all right.
But yeah, they're born in a hypnotic trance, so they're highly suggestible.
I've never looked at it like that as in a hypnotic trance, but yes, they're very manipulative. You can tell them anything, and actually, what else are they going to believe other than what you tell them, or whatever they've been taught?
Exactly.
You know, because even if you don't have a chimney, they'll believe that Santa Claus is going to come through that chimney, even if you don't have one. Exactly.
But look at them when they're playing. They're playing doctors and nurses, or they're in the cardboard box, and it's a submarine, and it's a rocket ship, and it's a motor car, and it really is. Yeah. They're in a trance. And so we come with our big adult self, talking to them, what are you doing? Not realizing, you fool, that child is in a trance, and it will take what you say and it will become an identity. They don't know anything. They don't have an external world and an internal world. They just have a world. And then we as the adults are their world. So the way we interact with our children is so important. Yeah. But yeah, but the real point I'm making is that you could take that child, I nearly said the CID thing, put that child in China, put that child in America, put that child in Russia, put that child anywhere, and that child will be whatever that culture is, never mind its color. So, make of it what you will. We're all one people, but we do need to get our one people together.
The DJ Supreme is unmuted. Got another question.
Yeah, I just came in here again because it's something that I heard earlier about somebody talking about, you know, losing jobs and the current environment at the moment. And, you know, being in, let's say, in a depressive state that we're in. Now, again, this is my theory, that when you're in a depressed state, the neurotransmitters that are in your brain are breaking up, yeah? Right. So if they're breaking down and you're not eating right, and I just wanted you to touch on what is good mental health. Because in this, how do we turn around the depressive state that we've been in for the past, say, 18 months, yeah? Because all these things are happening, but we should be practicing good mental health, not focusing on bad mental health. You know, I was also told depression is thinking more about the past, bringing up the past, not letting go of the past, and anxiety is focusing too much on the future. So I just wanted to ask you, Mervyn, what is a good balance and a good way of mental health, looking at the brain and looking at what we're doing to ourselves? So I was just my question.
So nice one, DJ. So first of all, we're not just a brain. We're a brain and a nervous system. Your brain and nervous system are intimately, intricately, and inextricably linked. So what's intimacy? Well, we just described intimacy. Your brain and nervous system are constantly communicating with each other. They do it without words, by the way. What's intricacy? That means it's very complicated. So the connection between the two is extremely complicated. And inextricably, it's impossible to separate. So they're linked. So oftentimes we say, oh, my brain. Anytime you say, oh, my brain, you're feeling something. Your brain instantly is registering that thought as a feeling in your system. That's why thoughts drive feelings, but they're linked together. So in terms of if you're feeling depressed, and I sort of touched on this earlier on, the 3 survival states that all human beings operate in, like, you know, to stay alive, you can either do it in a survival state of safety, you can do it in a survival state of danger, or you can do it in a survival state of growth. The optimum one is a survival state of safety. In that state, you have clarity, you have compassion, you have confidence, you have courage, you have creativity, you're able to hear more. You know, your inner ear picks up the vocal inflections much better than when you're in a survival state of danger. In a survival state of danger, you only hear, or your ear is more attuned to the low frequencies or the extremely high frequencies, not the middle frequencies. So extremely high frequency, high pitched screaming. You know, when somebody screams, you're attuned to that. Or the low one, we hear that growl, that rrr, you're attuned to that when you're in a survival state of danger. And you need to be like that, because if you're walking down into some dark alley, you don't want to be, I'm feeling nice and safe here. You need to be aware. So the safety aspect of these is really important. But survival state of safety is the one where you're going to be at your most creative. And so there's no, I wouldn't use the word good, because oftentimes when we get stressed, we know bad. So now, is this right? Am I doing the right thing? Because if I'm not doing the right thing, then I'm doing the wrong thing. So I tend to invite people to move away from those polarizing opposites. And so the way to begin to do it is just to start to notice how you feel. notice how you think, and notice it from the position of wanting to be curious about what's going on for me right now in this moment. I'm feeling like this, and start to make inquiries about personal development. Look for websites on meditation. Look for websites on thought planning, on strategic planning. Start to look for those things. That's how you can help yourself. Now, if you're in it, let's say you're really depressed, then it's really difficult, because you are very likely to not even know that you're in it, or know you're in it and don't want to come out of it. And that's not a negative. It's just that your identity is such that you're really attached to it. So that's going to require a little bit of extra courage or encouragement from somebody to assist you in moving to get some help. You really do need some help. But yeah, just in general, we need to start looking at and understanding the ways in which we human beings operate, and looking at ourselves. And it's that, I think the brother said it earlier on about that, well, it might have been the sister, the inner reflection. It's so important, but to do so with intimacy. So reflect in a warm, caring, loving, and affectionate way. That is a model that you can begin to use to assist yourself, if you were trying to do it on your own. But then coming to groups like this, where there's an opportunity for us to share ideas, that also very, very powerful. Any more for any more? It's 9 o'clock. Man, have to run.
I don't know. It seems everybody's kind of dried up. Is there anything more in the chat? Is there any questions? I haven't looked. I can't really see anything.
Oh.
Pertaining to it.
Wills and estates.
Yes, I am.
Wait.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, Pichu.
Yes, I am. Greetings. Right. Question. How can we balance the trinity of the psychology, the physicality, and the mentality, so that we can, really, align, accordingly to the I and the I and the I sin?
So the spirituality with the physicality, with was it the psychology or the mentality, did you say?
Let's say the morally.
With the morality.
Morality.
Oh, okay. So you probably wouldn't want to coach with me, because I don't, not that I don't believe in morality, but that is very subjective. What one person's morality is another person's poison. And typically when we start looking at morality, then we start becoming judgmental, particularly when we're looking from the without realizing it, from the survival state of danger. That's when we become judgmental, and we say, well, my morals are better than your morals, or we say things that I would never do that. We're saying we're better than that person.
Same with one survival of state of one is another to another.
Say that again. Okay.
Same with a survival state of one person is different to another.
Well, in psychologically, yes, but I'm really talking about what happens to us internally when we perceive that we're in danger. So when you perceive that you're in danger, your brain and nervous system will not allow you to operate in any other way. So depending on the charge, the energy that you're experiencing of that perception, it feels like if a mad axeman was running towards you, you would naturally do this, or you might run. because you're preserving your life. But psychologically, we do the same thing. So you could walk into a boardroom and they say, well, you're doing a presentation today. And if your fear is about presentations, then you're going to fall apart. Or somebody could just say to you, I just don't like the look of your face. And you could interpret that as an attack, and your perception, it will lead your physiology. So you will feel like you're literally being attacked. And then the front, remember when we, in that survival state of danger, the front part of our brain shuts down. So we stop being rational and we start being emotional, because the emotions help the arms and legs to do what they need to do. So I do hear you. It's just that if I was to put a little side issue in there, is that one man's survival could well be another man's death physically, but psychologically, no. That we get a choice there. We may not recognize that. And as Supreme said, we have been traumatized. So we don't even recognize when we are being, when we're in a survival state of danger, we don't even recognize it, because we tend to operate from that. By the way, all human beings are born in a survival state of danger. That's why they cry.
You see, this is the third one. That's why those stay stagnant. The stagnation of that effect, of that reaction, of the survival state.
Yes.
Stagnate.
Yes.
See? And that's the third one, all right? Because you either, defend yourself, or you run, or you stay stagnant. And that is the third one.
The third one is immobilization. Yes. So that's life. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So you stand still. And
yeah.
so that's where, some of the states, that can be, corrected, once you're aware of it.
Yes. Yes. Your life.
And that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Your life is.
And that's the morality. That's the third one.
Well,
that has to be addressed in my way, in my view.
Okay. Yeah, it's you have to be.
And can you expand on the so that people can understand really the immobility.
So
it's
when you're immobile,
really understand that. Yeah. So, and expand on that, please.
Shallow breathing. So physically, what you will experience is shallow breathing. So you're not breathing in and inhaling and exhaling with any sort of real power. Slowing down of all your vital organs. So the heart rate slows down, blood pressure slows down, everything drops and it can drop to, at least it drops to a level where you can't move, you feel immobilized. But really, oftentimes it's the perception. So like depression is you being in the survival state of life threat because you can't move. So there's a physical aspect to it, but there's also a psychological aspect to it. As I sort of alluded to earlier on, you'll get into an argument with somebody. If that person is very forceful, very domineering, and they keep being that way in the argument with you, then after a while, you just go into the state of, I can't be bothered, or it's not worth it. Okay, you win. Yeah, whatever. These are all examples of us being in the survival state of life threat. Because in the survival state of danger, they say something, you shoot back at them. They say you shoot back again. So it's like a tennis match. But when you go into life threat, you don't shoot back. You say, okay. And that's a mild version of it. But, it goes along a continuum or a spectrum from yeah, whatever, to complete manic depression where you're just out, can't even get out of your bed, don't even want to go to the loo. Does that make sense?
Pichu?
Is it because what's it, Pichu or Congo Bongo.
True. It's but the same person. Congo Bongo man.
Yes. Makes sense. That's the, it's important to understand that, you see, and so that we understand the three, states of reaction,
Yes.
and the middle one is the immobile one,
That's,
where
yeah.
you just stand still,
Yes.
And that's important to also understand that one. See?
Yeah.
But yeah, nice one. Give thanks.
You're welcome. That one dominates, by the way, because even as you were beginning to speak to me, I could feel my fear coming up. Uh-oh, is he going to say something that I can't answer? What's he going to say? So I could feel it in myself. So we're just in that state and we don't even realize it. But once you begin to realize it, because I knew that, I said, well, just calm down, hear what the man has to say, and be curious, see where it's coming from. Then you get an opportunity to answer and speak to that he's talking about. And that's something that we all, that's it. So that idea there is, I was literally trying to be in Congo Bongo's shoes so that I could understand what he was saying. So there's another thought experiment, really quite simple, but very clever. If I held a teacup in my hand like this, and the handle of the teacup was facing me, so you couldn't see it. So all you would see was just a cup. Now, if somebody was standing directly at right angle, so they would be able to see the handle. So if I tell you, say, describe what you see, you would say to me, well, I see a teacup. What does it look like? Well, it's white. Anything else? No. So the person standing at right angles, they say, what do you see? Well, I see a teacup. Describe it. Well, it's white, it's got a handle. Now the first person could say, hold on a minute, which one has got a handle? There's no handle. I don't see no handle. And so the person who can see the handle say, well, you're crazy. There is a handle. So immediately they're both looking at the same thing from different perspectives. And so we argue with the reality. Say, no, what you're seeing is not what it is. I can see what it is. So when you are present, you can say, hold on a minute, hold on. Let me come round to your perspective. Let me see it from your view. That doesn't mean you're winning the other person, that is. It just means I just want to see how you see it. And when you're curious like that, when you do that in safety, you can say, oh yeah, you're right, there's no handle. Man, I never saw it like that. And you know, when you say it like that, to them they go, yeah, now you see my point. They say, yeah, I see your point. Then you say, brother, come with me round here. And now both you walk round, but now the other one say, oh, wow, there's a handle. Now I see your point. And that is how we reach agreement, by recognizing, oftentimes, especially we brothers and sisters, we're arguing about the same damn thing. Mm-hmm. We want the same thing, but it's how we approach it. We're looking at the same thing from different angles.
Like the 6 and the 9, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. One side is a 6, the other side is a 9. That's a fact. You know, but when you're polarized, that's when you say, no, it's only this view.
Yeah.
You must be mad. You can't see what I see. But of course, that's not the case.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, last words.
From me?
Yeah.
Oh.
You've got to come on and do the 9-year-old thing with the people don't grow past the age of 9, but they're adults. You've got to do that. You've got to do that presentation.
Oh yeah. I think that was the mind and the brain and the nervous system.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'd love to come and do that one, man. Oh, I've learned so much since then.
Oh wow. Wow.
So, closing words. That's quite emotional. So, closing words then. I would just invite all of you to really take your time with yourself so that you can take time with others. We often don't realize that when we are angry and doing the cup thing, that it's inside us. Our internal world is the place that is in turmoil, not their internal world. So take time with yourself. Take time for yourself. That's that's it. And just remember, our internal world, I cannot say it enough, it's extremely delicate, it is extremely fragile, and it needs to be handled with care. Care. Show yourself mercy and grace. Amen, sister. Even though I'm not a Christian anymore. Amen. Because it's, it's a pattern, isn't it? I can't help it. I was a born again Christian for 25 years.
Wow.
I was in that thing, believed that thing. Jesus.
And then you woke up.
Woke up, yes. Black Jesus, if anything. which kind of freaks them out as well. When you say, was Jesus black? Well, color doesn't matter. But the other picture is white man with black hair and blue eye. But it no matter. Me not see no black Jesus. Oh gosh. So I do apologize if I've offended anybody, because I know our belief systems are very dear to us. So I'm not asking you to leave your belief system. If that's what you believe, that's what you believe. Everybody has the right to believe what they believe. Everybody. So, yeah, look after, Jerry Springer said, look after yourself and whatever. But be gentle with yourself.
Yeah.
Always. You're talking about your inner world. It's yours. Be gentle with yourself, people. All right.
Shay, thank you so much, Mervyn. Thank you.
I really appreciate you having me on your show.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm looking forward. We got a date for you to come and do the other presentation.
Yeah. Tell me when.
Wonderful.
I'll be there.
Wonderful. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to move on over to our sister Anyanna, who has actually put the bit in the chat that Mervyn actually referred to. So, Sister Anyanna, the screen is now yours. Welcome. Let people know who you are, what you're about, and what this course is.
Hi, everybody. Give thanks for a wonderful, inspirational learning, Mervyn. And I'm going to reflect and take on some of those points that you've highlighted. I'm part of the management committee, and we are striving to put forward those tools that Mervyn has put together today for us this evening. So one of the events that the Garvey Village, in empowering our young people, I think Cheryl posted it in the chat around 7:47. But what it is being a girl boss boot camp, empowering our young women with goal planning and entrepreneurial workshops. And this is based on a Symphos tools, using symbols that enable us to, empower through fostering engagement and self-responsibilities. This is aimed at 18 to 30 years old. And the reason for that is obviously we've just been talking about the impact on COVID has had, and in particular our young people. So this is enabling them to have an opportunity to put some ideas together and start thinking and planning and setting goal plans and developing a positive mindset. So Symphos is not just a trainer methodology, it's an exercise, and it links into everything that we've been listening to. This is to enable young people to have the opportunity to have self-orientation, create their own ideas, and actually see those through to being a reality. So the empowering classes will be online. There's a link to Eventbrite, which is at the bottom of the flyer. At the moment, we've only got it in PDF, but we will have it on, able to be shared on our social media WhatsApp group and Facebook. But it starts, the first session starts on the 14th. The next one is the 24th, if I'm correct, and the final one is the 8th of July. So it's enabling, as I say, young minds, young women, 18 to 30, to start really thinking about how they're going to plan their futures. And I would highly recommend, if you know somebody who you think will benefit, please, you know, share this with them, because it's free and they will feel completely empowered and be able to take control of their lives and start planning for a better, brighter future. Any details that you need, you can get in touch with me or Sister Cheryl. You know, we'll, if you can't link on to the... Share and share alike. One big happy family. So if you can't get on to the Eventbrite, there is a Zoom link and password that can be shared, which we'll put in the WhatsApp group and the Facebook as well. There is a maximum of 20 participants because of the exercises that we do, and it is completely confidential. It allows you to, you know, it will allow the participants or the young women, as you can see, it's targeted at, to self-express and be really frank and open about some of the anxieties they may feel about working for themselves, perhaps thinking outside the box, and even, you know, maybe some zany, crazy, perhaps they think, ideas that could actually, you know, provide a new way forward, a new future, a brighter future. So Girl Boss Bootcamp, be your own boss, take control, be in charge, you know, do your own thing. And this is really setting in power and empowering young women to not depend on the employer who, as we described, could sack you. This is about you leading the way, being creative, taking control, and empowering your destiny and your future. Thank you.
Could you remind us when this starts?
Yeah, the first one is June the 14th, not far away, and it's from 11 till 1. I beg your pardon. I forgot to say the duration is from 11 till 1. So 3-hour workshops. The trainer is a very experienced women's empowerment, but she's also worked across youth. Her name is Olokama, and she'll be delivering the actual programs. And looking forward to meeting empowered or women who want to be empowered on this journey.
As it's really strict with women from 18 to 30, and do they have to be mothers?
They don't have to be mothers, but often mothers are left out. And I think the time that we put was to enable, if you do have childcare, perhaps they may be in nursery or school, etc. I do apologize, obviously, if you have a young baby, but that should not stop anybody from, you know, if you're young and you just need that support, that guidance, what to do, the next steps, how to make your dreams you know, how do you go about planning? How do you go about goal setting? How do you set objectives? How do you meet those objectives? What are the pitfalls that you should look out for as well? How do you recover from that? And one of the aspects of it as well will be to encourage communication skills, develop that interpersonal skills that often, if you are a mother, you're often excluded from that exchange of ideas. So it's going to open up that wonderful exchange where you can learn from others and others can learn from oneself. Right. So yes, so let me just go through the sessions. So the first session is becoming a girl boss. What does that requires a plan? How do you go about setting that plan? Session 2, boosting your mindset, what we've been talking about. What are the tools? What are the key skills that you need? How do you go about making sure you stick to those plans? What are the necessary skills you need to put into place to be resilient? And then finally, once you've got all those skills, then you are ready to be a social leader. When you start working, thinking for yourself, you can then enable others too. So this makes you a social leader. So it's giving people those skills, giving young women the opportunity to tap into the creative energy that they have, which they possibly may not have the confidence or haven't yet explored, but that, you know, this will enable them to begin that journey and that process and that thinking and that developing that mindset.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Give thanks.
And this is the first one. This is the very first of the series.
Yes. So the first one is the introduction. Mm-hmm. You know, and it's going to take us through how you develop your work plan. That's what it's going to set those goals. What are these goals? How do you streamline those goals? Are they realistic, smart? Are they measurable? Are they achievable? How do you go about that success? And so that's what will be the first topic, the first introduction. And then we'll move on because it'll give the women opportunities to start developing and thinking about their goals, ready for the next session 2, where they can begin to boost their mindset and, you know, begin to put those ideas into reality, develop a business plan, set the aims and objectives, as I said earlier, and look at also if there's any weaknesses and if there's any, you know, what are the positives and weaknesses? How do you strengthen those weaknesses? What are the targets that you have to achieve? And who do you need to communicate with? What about your PR? How do you sell yourself? How do you promote what you're about? I think in this digital world as well, it's a lot easier in terms of financial backing. Back in the days, you'd have to go and get a bank loan if you wanted to set up a business. It was a very unachievable ambition. But, you know, there's so much that one can do online, as people have demonstrated, past speakers on this very platform. So let's start thinking on that wider scope. You know, you can be a digital entrepreneur and it doesn't take that much resource as well to make that real. Just networking, a good promotion, and you know, good sound bites, a good product, obviously, that people will tap into. But how do you develop your followers as well? And so this will be revealed in the Empowering Our Girls and the Girl Boss Bootcamp Do you want to come?
Yeah, I do. I'm a bit old. I'm loving the picture.
You speak for yourself. But, yeah, how much do you have to pay for it, Anyanna?
No, it's free. But if anybody wants to make
that, you put that bit in as well. Yeah.
Yeah, it's free. I mean, we want to empower, so we don't want to create any barriers. It's totally free, and so we're hoping it's free. So learning is free. So hopefully that'll attract some women out there too.
Brilliant. No, brilliant. Thank you for that. Thank you
You're
for your fantastic presentation on it as well. Short but sweet. That's how I like it. Talking about the presentation, by the way. So, but yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lovely. Yeah, thank you very much, and looking forward. So what I'll do is I'll send that out as an email through the email list. So for those who want to have their flyer and have a look through it and pass on the information to who they know between that age group, then they can do so. And also those who haven't been able to join this evening can also do that. Is there a telephone number for those on Black Culture Radio? Who's listening to Black Culture Radio? Is there a telephone number? Is there a contact details that you can actually speak out so that they can hear?
Yes, there's you're muted, sis. You're muted, Anyanna. There's a Gmail account there they can contact.
Yeah.
If you'd like to say that slowly.
Right. So it's acronym community. Sorry, acronym. I do apologize. Acronym enterprises@gmail.com.
If you'd like to spell that out, please.
So acronym is ACRONYM enterprises@gmail.com.
And repeat it.
That is contact details, acronym enterprises@gmail.com. And that's ACRONYM enterprises@gmail.com. And there will be an updated flyer that will go on the WhatsApp and Facebook, which will have more, which will have the contact details, sorry, and also free. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
So that'll be out tomorrow, everybody.
Okay. That's great. Thank you so much for that. I do see that we have jammers in the house, but before I run to jammers, Brother Kwesi, I did say that you can come on today. So could you just do a quick introduction to yourself? And I'll have to let you come on for another time, but do a quick introduction, what you do, how you help people. Are you able to do that? Crazy.
Yes, 1 minute. I got the children around.
Okay.
At least you said children.
Exactly.
Yes. They are my life. Oh, sorry. Let me take it off. Yes. Yes. Greetings, everyone, and evening.
What's it? Good evening.
Where do I start? I guess the necessity has become my work, which is the sort of struggle with the corrupt system. So I sort of made it a necessity myself to learn the law, because I realized from a young age that something wasn't quite right and people were abusing their position and power. So that necessity, through my own experience, is kind of got me to learn about the law and not to practice it as they practice it, because that's so commercial and controlled. and therefore I assist people in whatever matters. And let's first of all separate, legal is an attachment to the law. So legality is to do with legalese, which is what they practice. But the law, which is more favorable for everyone, it's not what they practice. And that's what it is. Now, it's funny, Mervyn, I've meant to tell you this, Auntie Jean. Mervyn was actually my maths teacher.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Wow.
Yes. And you know me by my former name, Gerald. The family name stayed the same.
Right.
But yeah, so the name I gave you to look up to get my image, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
It's unfortunate that he went off, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of the law, that's what I do, and just I'm here to assist any questions that people may have, or any issues they may be facing, from police, social services, all the establishment. Basically, the establishment is corrupt, and it almost seems like they want us to, what's the word, recolonize them. Such as Buckingham Palace is vacant. However, we've got to make sure that we have got the things in place, or let's say the structures in place, to be able to function and do things for ourselves. So I'll leave it as that. And if anyone got any questions, I'm there to assist.
Thank you. And could you put your details in the chat? And is it possible to say your contact details over the air? Because we've got people on Black Culture Radio who are not privy to the chat, but would be able to take down your number.
Yeah, sure. I can put my number in the email. And by the way, I've set up the trust. Well, I haven't formally set up, but I've got the email to the trust now as well. The Truth, Justice, Peace, Freedom Trust.
Say that again?
Is to govern the government and all the public bodies. Because
say the title again.
The Truth, Justice, Peace, Freedom Trust, and these links with the ancient African principles anyway, and it's a trust that is going to be used to govern all government bodies, and it's going to be international as well.
Brilliant.
Because they have to be taken to task, and you have to do it structured and formally. The same way they thought they colonized the world, they need to be recolonized, because they're acting in the color of law and not actually law. So I'll put my details in the
Okay, and could you say out for those on Black Culture Radio, please?
Was it say what for them?
Your email address and your telephone number.
Sure. I'll put that. I'll put number now. And yeah, and as you said, Auntie, any young children, and by the way, I've got youth work experience as well. Oh, I've just put the number. I should have put name first, really.
Okay. So the number is 0777.
Yeah.
It's just gone off the screen.
11449.
So
and I'll always have that number because I actually paid for that number.
Okay, I see the 3 sevens. 0777.
Yep. 33 11 44 9. And the numbers are very significant, but that's a whole other thing as well.
That's for your presentation.
Yeah. The numbers, because there's numerology. I'm sure, I don't know if you've had someone come do numerology yet.
No, not yet.
Okay. But the numbers are very specific.
Okay.
The only thing I would have preferred was for the double one. It's actually a platinum number for the double ones to come before the double three. But that's as close as I got.
Okay.
Yeah. Now put my email now, which is Kwesi.g. I'll put the trust email as well in. Nkrumah@outlook.com. Kwesi.g.nkrumah@outlook.com. Yep. And then there's also the Truth, Justice, Peace, Freedom Just done my logo as well. Trust at outlook.com. And by the way, so tomorrow I'll be going to the guy I filed the habeas corpus for, to the well, apparently he's going to trial, but he's not even had a plea hearing yet.
I was going to say, has he got a judge yet?
Yes, I think Judge Greenwood or something. The text I got. Yes, let me see. And I've got to research on the judge this evening. But tomorrow it's not even the trial. Somehow, the whole day is going to be spent with the counsel, the defense counsel. It doesn't make sense. Basically, they want to know what he's going to come up with to see what trick they can do, how to manage the case. But we're going to be there at Snaresbrook tomorrow. So tomorrow is not even before the judge. And already there's a lot of questions. By the way, before a case can go to trial, a preparation for effective trial or PTPH has to be completed. According to the court, they didn't get involved. Imagine that. Apparently, both the defense and the prosecution completed it without the court's involvement. That don't make sense. So
is that legal?
What's that?
Is that legal?
No, even in their own legal rules, no, it's not. The judge actually facilitates that. But because the court has been caught red-handed with the fraud, they're now pretending to say that, oh, whatever that happened before, they were not involved. Because when you go to court, it's actually a business. And both sides are banking, the defense and the prosecution. But it's unfortunate that the person, the accused, is the one that suffers the burden. But both sides make money either way, because both sides get paid.
They're paid by the crown.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what happens is, this preparation form, the defendant or the accused should be involved. And that's where both sides say that, okay, for this case to go ahead, I need X, Y, and Z. I need X, Y, and Z. And it's all put on paper. And you can actually put it in PTPH form. And you can get a copy online to see what is supposed to be completed. However, most of the time, the trick and the fraud is, most clients doesn't know about this form. And the barristers complete it on their behalf, which is fraud. So even if you've had a case that is dealt with, and you ask for the copy of the PTPH, and you was never made aware, which they usually don't, that is a form of, what do you call it, appeal. Because there was a fraud done on your behalf without your consent or your awareness. So right. Have a gem for tonight. Yes.
Okay. So is there support needed for tomorrow's case? Or the
not tomorrow, but if they decide to go ahead, because tomorrow I'm gonna be instructing him that as we've always maintained the position that he's not even gonna enter a plea, he's not gonna enter the game. Because saying you're not guilty is still a plea and you're still giving way to the game. No plea is you're not even going to entertain your case. And then you say you're in no position to enter no plea until you've had full disclosure. Normally, if the prosecution knows that you know what you know, they'll probably say, oh, ask the judge to review the case and then withdraw it. So that's how I've had cases withdrawn. Okay. Because the whole system is built on fraud. But as I explained last time, and the more you delve into it, the more you realize how bad it is. And by the way, see when I said I wasn't paying for travel?
Yes.
I paid another woman to do it. Yeah, I told her. So she had come to London for a court case that I sat in on. And I told her. And she went back to Nottingham without paying.
Okay.
Yes, and this is what we all should be doing. Even this evening, coming home with their children, I told them I got to Canning Town. I said, no, I'm in no position to pay, because when the government stops looting, then we may consider making the payment. And I said, if anything, it should, whatever cost should be discharged against my estate that the government runs. That's where the public funds come from, without us knowing. And I'm sure if we all started doing that, they will stop most of the nonsense they're doing. You see? Because we've given them power and they're simply abusing the power that we've given them. So it's time that we took back that power from them. because they don't deserve it, never have deserved it. So yeah, the woman, when she got back, she was like, oh, I feel very empowered around you. And yeah, she was glad that she did that. So now she'll be traveling up and down London without no cost to her, because our estate built all of that.
Mm. So if you know the right words, do you have a template or something that we could use?
No, it's simple.
Just...
Yeah, well, give you the template. Yeah, you're a victim of the state, and therefore you're in no position, because that ties in with section 6 and 7 of the human rights that Paul Grant talks about. Because if you're a victim of the state, then the state has no way to come at you for anything. Because as I said, they manage our estate on our behalf. So even when you go to court, they're not dealing with the living person. They're dealing with the dead entity, the straw man, as they call it.
Mm-hmm.
And as I said, from your birth certificate, 15 million is raised that they all bank on without you knowing. And they give you a little child benefit and you think you're getting something where they got the bigger money.
Yeah.
And even for the mere fact, another thing I wanted to say is the fact that they've actually set the precedent that the country is being run by criminals. Because Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister, was found to have broken the law by the Supreme Court. So if we accept criminals to be, then we only got ourselves to blame, isn't it?
That's true.
And that was a strategy, because then when they put such people in place, they can run all the COVID frauds.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, how the hell they gave public funds to a company that they knew was going to go bust? And David Cameron was texting the Treasury and they think he's okay. Another quick gem I got for you guys. Sorry, let me close the door. I believe it was recently the Hillsborough case, right?
Yeah.
The judge didn't deny that the police officer, who is a Mason, did not lie to the public. However, he is saying it wasn't perverting the course of justice or perjury, because his statement that he gave was not to the court. Well, I beg to differ. Let's go to, just type perjury in. I'm going to find the link. Perjury, and go to the CPS website. So this is clearly how they run the frauds. And I know, sorry, I was only meant to do an introduction, but it's just, I always just, it flows. So let's type perjury CPS. And I'm going to share it in the group, the link. Public offensing, yeah. Let's go, perjury. And once I put the link in, Auntie Jean, if you could
if you put it in via the file, then everybody will go into the chat. Everybody will be able to download it.
No, this is the CPS website itself.
Okay.
So you can open it up.
Okay.
And you scroll, yeah.
So you just click on that and that will open up a window.
Yeah, I mean, if you open it and you share it, so everybody knows how criminal these people are operating, because as you know me, I always deal with the evidence and the facts.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how we beat them.
Okay. All right, just a sec. You can see it?
Yep, so if we scroll down, go to perjury.
Is it here?
Yeah.
Prosecution, witness, or is it perjury and defense? Which one?
Just perjury, the only one that says perjury.
Okay.
Wait, so it says perjury is committed when a lawful sworn witness or interpreter in judicial proceedings willfully makes a false statement, which he knows to be false or does not believe to be true, and which is material in the proceedings. Well, yeah, and then it goes into perverting the course of justice. Well, yes, because the statement that the police officer gave misled to, prosecution being brought against various officers. You see? So our worst, and then I'm going to find perverting the course of justice. I think that might be the same document. If you go back to the top.
Go back to the top. Right.
Yeah, oh, there you go. The offense of perverting, let me just take my thing off here. So the offense of perverting the course of justice is committed when an accused does an act or a series of acts which has or have a tendency to pervert and which is or intended to pervert the course of public justice. So with us all now being a jury, would a police officer's false statement or action amount to perverting the course of justice? Yes. And if an event has occurred from which it is reasonably be expected that investigation will follow. That's the common law part of it. The offense is contrary to common law and tribal only. It carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment and or fine. The course of justice must be in existence at the time of the act. The course of justice starts when an event has occurred. Are we following?
Mm-hmm.
From which, so it just clearly said it there. The course of justice starts when an event has occurred. And in this instance, an event occurred, and it wasn't just any ordinary event. Actually, people had died. So if a police officer made a false statement, which is a malicious falsehood, to prevent prosecution from being brought, is the judge right to say that, oh, because he did not make a statement to a court, he didn't pervert the course of justice? And this is from the CPS's own website. So if you print this and put this before a judge, can the judge corner out? But yet we have people representing the family, and because they're trying to manage things on behalf of the crown, and because that police officer is a Mason, the judge has come with the nonsense that he's come up with.
Mm.
And they're all on TV talking about, oh, we need closure. Present your case yourself. Stop relying on the criminals. Stop relying on the criminals to save us.
Yeah. They were paid by the same people.
Yes. And it's clearly there. It clearly is there what perverting the course of justice is. So, because now, basically, as I said, it starts with Boris Johnson, who is the Prime Minister. They've basically, the criminals have taken over. So when you're going to the courts, it's not judgments they're making.
Mm.
They're conducting criminality. And all your decisions are null and void. Because once you can prove fraud, even if it's a court order, once you can prove fraud in it, it invalidates it.
I hear that.
And you even got the case law there to support it. And by the way, so when they say the common law doesn't exist, do you see it there? The common law.
Where is it?
It says it there. The offense is contrary to the common law.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So we need to arm ourselves. We need to beat them with their own whips that they've been beaten us with over the years.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Now, Pauline puts, I don't know if that was to everyone or to myself. I'm an accountant and business consultant. Happy to speak to you about business training for older women. I'm not sure who that was to Pauline.
I think that's general.
Okay.
I don't know. I think she's talking about something in the chat. But Brother Kwesi, as you said there, so it's not much support you don't need for tomorrow.
Well, because tomorrow, basically, it's like they were gonna try and basically coerce him, because tomorrow is no judge, it's just him and his counsel.
Okay.
Just sitting. Does it make even sense?
No, it doesn't.
Exactly. So if we're not there, they will convince him to challenge him so they can slaughter him. So when I turn up, we turn up tomorrow, we're going to see what happens. And when I went to the court to file the habeas corpus, I told you, I said that was the worst thing they did. They were better off releasing him. Because now, if it goes to trial, the jury is going to hear everything what happened at the habeas corpus as well as the application.
Okay. So have you put the court details into the chat?
Yes, it's Snaresbrook Crown Court and Hollybush Road. Yeah, it's Snaresbrook Crown Court. And the judge they've given it to is an unknown judge to me. So all the judges that were dealing with the his bail refusal have run away.
Okay.
Yeah, they literally, I think, appointed a judge on a Friday. So what might happen is even this new judge might pretend that he knows nothing about the case, such as I'm having in other cases, where we turn up to court and the judge is saying, oh, they've not received the paperwork, although it's been sent to them. So the judge for that they say the case has been put to is Greenwood. HH, and he's a deputy circuit judge. So really, he's a really low judge as well.
Okay.
And higher judges have actually dealt with the case. So why they not? So they probably, anyway, I'll find out who Greenwood is. So they've knocked it down basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, and looking forward to hearing a proper presentation from you soon, very soon.
Okay.
All
but
right.
yeah, if anyone got any questions to do the law, just having issues with anything, just let me know. And also another thing we need to do is start bringing private prosecutions. Even when you start the complaint process against the public body, you go straight away for the private prosecution, because it's time that they got measured by their own yardsticks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Brother Kwesi. What I was going to say to you, can you just give us an update about tomorrow's case, yeah?
Yes, definitely. As in individually. As in individually?
No, well.
Or next Friday.
We'll see how next Friday goes. So,
okay.
But yeah, I do want to get an update anyway. So
yes.
So yeah, we'll see what the lineup is for next Friday. I don't know if we can slot you in or for Sunday.
That's all right. I'll call you.
No. It's important that we find out. Do you know what I mean? So because the Garvey has been supporting you.
Thank you.
As well, so yeah, it's important that we know as the Garvey village what is going on.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay.
All right then. Thanks, Kwesi.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Auntie Jean.
Yes.
I just wanted to, please, thank you. I just wanted to mention, I didn't hear the entire discussion, but I just wanted to mention that Kwesi, you're doing a marvelous job, because what I'm seeing more and more, especially with social media, is that more people are becoming aware that the law courts are operating under admiralty law, corporation law, that it is a business. It is not justice done as we have always been told in this country. The English system is the English legal system is the best in the world.
No, it's most corrupt, but the best are hiding it.
Very. Common law, Magna Carta, these are the real foundations of the law. What we have now is I'm going to be very direct. We are living in a kleptocracy. That is what we are living in. It's not a monarchical democracy as they pretend.
No.
And this is why we are in such a mess, because all the systems and processes that came through via common law and Magna Carta have been usurped by criminals.
That's right. Very. And I showed them last time in the presentation. Remember when I said the citizens' power to arrest, and they put the something Criminal Act 1960 something, and then they said it replaces the common law. Even up to the level which I learned from the equity lawyer is the fact that even now when they teach them, they're teaching them the wrong things in law. So even when they become graduated, they're thinking with the wrong mind. They've been trained to exclude evidence. Because there you are, a judge trying to say that a police officer lying, which stop prosecution from being brought, is okay. They have become professional criminals.
Yep. And it's interesting, you mentioned something so simple as a police officer. There is a difference between a police officer and a police constable. We must be aware as people in this country that the police constable, he takes an oath to the people, to the crown. The police officer is a different beast. He works for the they work for the corporation. They work for the kleptocracy. And these are the individuals who have been trying to arrest people in these marches and these protesting because they're getting money. Even within the service, they set up private companies. They're making money from the illegal arrest of people. The country is being broken down.
Yes. And this is the thing. So they are mismanaging our estate, which is what drove me to say that, okay, then I'm gonna, even if I don't get the money, I'm gonna save myself the money. That's why I stopped paying for travel. Because our estate built it. Our estate built most of the country. But if they're mismanaging it, then they're unfit.
There is a fortune on each people under their straw man.
Yes, the sensitive trust.
It would be very good if you're aware of the details of this matter. Auntie Jean has 2 sessions. You come and discuss this with the community. Let them be aware of what's going on.
He's coming back, Josephine.
Yeah, and Kwesi has been on the platform already twice, actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Garvey and the ACM. So we're Kwesi. We, as I said previously, we have been supporting as the Garvey Village anyway, and also attending court cases where we can. So we have been there supporting him.
Yeah. And these are the same people bullying us, bullying the public into taking this jab of unknown ingredients, making a whole big fiction around it. It's unbelievable what's going on.
Yes.
Unbelievable. World Health Organization kicked out the virus right in March of 2020. They said they downgraded it. It's on the government website, but yet this big fiction is being played out, and the public brought into it and fooled. So
Josephine.
Yes.
So we have our next presenter patiently waiting.
Great. But let us educate ourselves on the reality of life in England.
Absolutely. And as I said, Kwesi will be back on again anyway. Either the Garvey
as soon as possible, please.
Yeah, okay.
We will endeavour.
It's critical.
Yes,
say that.
Arthur, no, if it's a question, we've got the
Arthur was unmuted exactly the same time as Josephine. Okay. So be very, very quick, Arthur.
just very, very quickly, are we supposed to be at the Snaresbrook court tomorrow, or is this set for another day? I'm still confused.
From Tuesday onwards, because tomorrow he's basically going to be sitting with his counsel all day. That's what they're saying.
Right. So from Tuesday, you're saying that you want support at Snaresbrook?
Yes, that's if they're brave enough to want to go to trial. Then it starts on Tuesday. It was supposed to start tomorrow, but because they've not done anything, they're now saying tomorrow he's going to stick with his counsel because he's there to assist the Crown.
Okay. So how will we know whether or not we need to be there to support you on Tuesday? We'll give him a call. He left his telephone number. You give him a call. Okay.
Yeah, and just to quickly, and this is serious about the criminality. You know, these COVID restrictions and, you know, have a test when you travel is on the government's own website. People that work for the government don't need to take the test. What does that say? They are looking after themselves.
Yes.
So we have to look after ourselves.
Right.
It's quite simple. And it's shocking. Like the COVID knows that, oh, you work for the government, so I won't attack you. Or you can't spread it. Yeah. Or because you're MI5 or whatever, you can't spread it. So I won't touch you, or you can't spread it. It's absurd. So regardless of the evidence that is not available in that, when you look at the common sense of it, the way they played it, remember as well, even when was it? When it first came out, where they were dishing out the money to workers, the first one was the government workers, furlough.
Furlough.
So they're blatantly telling us is we're looking after each other. So this is why we need to galvanize and start looking after ourselves and our input, and leave them with the nonsense they're going on with, and not be so caught up in it.
Thank you.
A shame. Thank you, Brother Kwesi.
You're welcome.
And Kwesi, you say it's an act. I always find that very interesting because it is not
going on.
They are acting, aren't they?
Yes. It's all an act. It's all an act. It's all an act. Thank you, Josephine.
Coronavirus act.
Yes. Thank you. And Kwesi, Brother Kwesi, thank you. We are moving on to our next presentation. Jammers, you've been so patient. Thank you so much. And thank you, Kwesi. Brother Jammers, are you there? You have to unmute yourself. You haven't fallen asleep behind there, have you? Brother Jammers.
I've asked him to unmute.
Thank you.
Ah.
Brother Jammers.
He's unmuted now.
Oh, he's unmuted. Can you hear us? Brother Jammers is muted again. Brother Jammers is going to be talking or telling us about, giving us an introduction to etymology. I see you now.
Now, yeah?
Yes, and I hear you too.
Very good, yeah. Yeah, thanks for...
You look like the light bright in your face.
That's better, yeah, that's better.
Okay. Okay. So, Jammers, do you like to introduce yourself, let everybody know who you are, and what is this introduction to etymology? What is etymology?
Yeah, can I
I hope I said it right.
Can you see this? Oh, let me see if I can share this. You need to see if I can share my screen.
Yeah, you've got that. You got that right. Introduction to yourself while you're doing that.
Right, I just said that. Yeah, my name is Jammers. I'm going to see if I can. I'm just trying to see if I can share my screen. Right, can you see my screen?
I can see. Yes, we can see your shared screen.
Right. Let's see if I can get this right. So I can get the screen shared. Can you see the screen?
Yes.
See it now, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see? Yeah.
Jammers, yeah. Etymology, yes.
Let me just start this up now. Right, so my name is Jammers. What I deal with is I study the meaning of words. One of the subjects I study is etymology. What it is, I've been doing this for a number of years. It came to me by chance. I was living in a van for a little while, funny enough, and then all of a sudden, I don't know, just like something just came over me where I just started to look at words in a different way. And the more I looked in it, the more I researched it, I found out what I was studying was actually what was been written down in ancient old textbooks. So the first thing I want to break down is the meaning of etymology. Etymology, 14th century. Can everybody see the screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Right.
Etymology, modern friend. I'll show what I'm gonna do. I want to show how it relates to us and how this has hijacked our spirituality as well. So I want to show that. I'll in this presentation hopefully show that. So modern French etymology from Latin. I might not have the pronunciations correct. Etymologia from the Greek. Etymologia. So it means the analysis of a word to find its true origin. Or probably the study of the true sense of a word. So that means with logia means study. So every time you see logia in English is logi. So every time you see like biology, that G means study. You see, so they've actually inside the words that we're looking at, we're not seeing the correct meaning of the words in the words that we're looking at. So, and the etymology comes from etymon, which means true sense, original meaning. So it means the true or actual meaning. So you have to wonder why has a word been taken from its original meaning, and why is a different meaning, or if this is the real meaning, what are the words that we're using now then, and why is there change in the meaning of the words? So, let me see if I got this right. Yes. Okay. So the first thing about etymology, it relates to it's a Greek word, so it relates to the origin of words coming from a Greek source. This is what it relates to, because if etymology is a Greek word, then this means that Greek must be the authority of where words have come from, right? What happened was, in relation to the words, is that neo-grammarians from the University of Leipzig in the 19th century created a Proto-Indo-European origin of words, which is called a PI. So most times when you look in a dictionary, you'll be given this Proto-Indo-European means words, and Proto stands for origin, Indo stands for Indian, and of European. So Proto-Indo-European. So the words that we look at in the so-called English dictionary have been given a theoretical meaning, because the neo-grammarians created a theoretical meaning of words. So why did they create a theoretical meaning of the words that we're currently using? This is the reason why they created a theoretical meaning of.
You got a telephone call.
Proto means origin once again. Syntactic, origin means Sinai, so it comes from the word Sinai. So proto-syntactic actually it means Sinai. The origin is Sinai. Where is Sinai? Sinai is the part of Africa that links with India. So this is the origin of words that they try to hide from us, what the neo-grammarians created to hide the origin of words in relation to into Africa. But this Sinai origin of words basically is the child of the parent of the hieroglyphs of the African language. So they've hidden this origin of words. This is a rough, you probably won't be able to see, but this is a rough chart of where you can see the words have come from. I'll go on to the next thing, it'd be better. So basically, here's a a breakdown of the word. So let's look at the letter A, the so-called English letter A that everybody thinks is an English letter. You can see that from the English, from their charts alone, you can look, see if you go to the Greek alphabet, you will see there's a symbol that looks similar to the letter A. So you can see the letter A has come from prior to the Greek. And then when you look back at the Greek letter A, when you look now, you'll see the Phoenician version. And when you see the Phoenician version, it still looks like the letter A on its side. Now, the Phoenician is an interesting word. Phoenician is not a set of people. Phoenician is actually a skill. It's a science. Phoenician comes from the word phonetics. The word phone means sound. So these were skilled Africans who were skilled at applying sound to the symbol. This is why every so-called English letter, to pronounce the English letter, any English letter in any dictionary, you'll see in brackets the phonetical sound, you'll see the African sound. So basically, to even speak the English language, you have to apply the African sound called phonetics. Once again, phonetics stands for sound. Like the word phone is not phone, it means sound. It's a box that transmits sound. So we have not even been told the real meaning of these words. So once again, so skilled Africans who applied sound to the symbol, created the sound for that phonetics on the Phoenician. When you go back further, then you'll see they apply a Hebrew, an ancient Hebrew symbol, and now, oh sorry, when you look at the Phoenician symbol, you'll see it's got a meaning to it. You'll see the actual letter has got a meaning to it, because when you look at the English language and ask what does A mean, it means A. When you go to Greek and ask the Greeks what does A mean, they say amiga means first, but they wouldn't know why it means first. So you've got to go, when you go back to Phoenician now, you'll see that the A actually has a meaning called ox. And then when you go back even further, now you look at ancient so-called Hebrew, you see it has the same meaning, ox. And then when you go back to hieroglyphic, you can see you can see the head of an ox. So this is just this graph, just with the letter A, you can see that there's an African origin to the actual so-called alphabet, an African origin that it seems like they're hiding from us as a people. So as well as stealing our wealth, land, the pyramids, us as a people, and turning us into property, the biggest hijack they took on us was our actual language. They actually stole the language. They actually stole the origin of the language. And I'll show you why this is important. So, for instance, the letter A, it has a meaning to it. It means ox. Why does it mean ox? What is the significance of ox? When we spoke language, we actually spoke things into being. We actually spoke things into being. One of the words for speaking things into being nowadays is a verb. So a verb like sit, run, jump is something of action. So we put things into being just by speaking. So we had the science of sounds by speaking things into existence. So the reason why A stands for ox, what is the reason why it stands for ox? Because the reason why A stands for ox and the reason why A is the first letter of the alphabet is because it relates to air. It's the first sound. It's the first sound you make, like when you make. So it's the first sound that you make. And the reason why that's got a significance, because it relates to your power. It relates to your strength. Look at the word ox carefully, and you'll see the reason why A is the first letter is because it's an intake of air. What is an intake of air? What's another word for air? Oxygen. So basically A stands for oxygen, and oxygen is how we get our strength. Gen is the Greek word means to generate, as in the word generator. So Gen means to generator or a genesis. So basically a genesis of strength is what the letter A stands for. So we had the power of using these letters to invoke energies into us. So that's a basic hijack of our power just by these letters. I'll give you one more instance and then we move on to the next. Another instance of how we was able to pull power into existence by the letters is, I'll give you an instance of the letter M. The letter M is energy that you pull into yourself. Every time you say the letter N, it pulls energy into you, like the word me, my, more. If you look at the letter M carefully, you'll see it's a waveform coming down to you. Me, my, more, my. So every time you utter that word, you pull a frequency into you. and it also signifies the vulture as well. So it signifies the vulture. And when you reverse that frequency, you've got the letter W that pushes energy away. We were wish. So the letter W pushes energy away from you. The letter M pulls energy into you. When you've got the command of the symbols, then it taps into our spirituality. So I'll go back to, let me see if I can go back to you guys. Well, I'll just carry on and then you can ask me questions later. Is everybody still there?
Yes, yeah, we are.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Right, now I'm going to show you why these letters relate to you, or what's the whole importance of language. It relates to your operating system. So what is your operating system? Why do words, what's the significance of words in relation to your operating system? This is really what you are. This is really what the whole thing is about. And this is how you touch it. You know, you should know the truth shall set you free. What are you in reality? You're not a name, because a name is a noun. A noun is just something you call. It's not the essence of what something is. The word noun just means to call something, like the word pronounce is when you call forward something. Announce is just a calling. It doesn't give you the science of what is behind the words. So every word you have, like Africa, black, air, or Aries, or Tom, it's only a sound that you are called on. It's not the origination. In ancient Africa, we had a specific sound to invoke energy. So basically, what you really are, you're really thought. This is what you really are. You're really a thought form. You are basically made up of thought. The thoughts come from an ancient principle of Tahuti. Tahuti, where you get duty from, is calling forth power from your thoughts, putting thoughts into action. This is what we were about. We're about converting our thoughts into energy. Then you look at the word thoth, which also, this is where the word thought comes from. As you can see, they're still using African sounds in so-called English language. For instance, I'll give you another one before we move on. The word ra, which relates to the essence of fire. You can hear it. You can hear the African sound that they're still using now in the word radiator, in the word radical. Another word in relating to African sound, sa, which means spirit. You can hear it in the word saint, sanctified. So these are not English words. Actually, English is really African patois. English is really German patois. German patois is Latin patois. Latin patois is Greek patois. Greek patois is Phoenician patois. And they're really speaking African patois. From the word thought, now you get the word theos, which from the word theos, which is their symbol again comes the word theory. And another symbol, they call on the word deus, which is the odios, which is their old concept of the spirits. And this is where you get the word deduce from. And also then you get belief. So all of the thought process is our principle of thought, where it comes from, has been hijacked. So let's just move on. This is how it's been hijacked. So basically, in relation to what they say, you have a part of the brain, call it the cerebrium. I'm not actual biologist, so I might have pronounced the name wrong. Cerebrium. And
it's correct, Thomas. It's correct.
Oh,
it's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Right. What does this do? Because I'm talking from their angle. This is what this does. Your cerebrium processes conscious sensory information. It plans and executes voluntary motor activity. It analyzes stimuli, performs cognitive functions, decodes and encodes linguistic information. So we have to start to drop these labels that we're walking around as attachments, because the labels, once again, are just callers. They don't give us the insight to who we really are and how to operate our mechanism. So we need to start looking at who we really are and how to work the vehicle that we're in. So this is one part of the brain. It does so much more. The key word in what you're seeing here is the word voluntary. What does the word voluntary mean? So we have a part of the brain that does all this and it executes voluntary motor activity. What does voluntary mean? Oh, whoops, gone into, okay, voluntary. And let's look at the Latin word. It means willing.
It means of one's free will, from voluntas, will, from the ancient accusative singular principle of vel, and vel is a very interesting word. Look at that word carefully. It means to wish. So it means to will. So basically, it originally used to be your feelings, and then later became action. So basically, you have a part of the brain that does your willing for you. Once again, look at that word vel very carefully. But yeah, so you have a part of your brain. That part of your brain wills things, is your will. What is will now? What does will mean? Will from the Greek comes from wish or will from the Greek, elpis, hope, Latin volo, where volition comes from. Vel again, that V-E-L-L, check that word properly, means to wish, will, or desire. From the old church Slavic volvo voto, to will, to command. So the verb will expresses future tense. So your will pulls the future into existence. If you say, I will go to the shop, I will go running, I will increase my health, I will try to make more money, you have the power. You are designed to pull things into existence. What does this mean? That means by your thought process, you are performing prophecy. Because prophecy is when you pull things into existence. You are also performing telepathy, because telepathy, tele means distance, pathy means feeling. So a television means vision over a distance. Telephone means sound over a distance. If you can feel things over a distance, that is telepathy. So basically, we are prophetic beings. An orange can only have another orange. A cat can only have another cat. So if we are of divine essence of intelligence, we are really prophetic beings that can will things into existence. And the machinery that we have that does that is this. So this is the part of our vehicle that assists pulling our thought into existence. We are time travelers by thought. If you can think about the past, think about the present, think about the future, you are a time traveler just by your thought. Your thought has no restrictions. So your thought has the ability to pull into existence whatever you want to do it. This is how it works. This is how you have a design on you that works without you having to do much yourself. What you have in you is called automaticity. Automaticity is when you think about something and your body automatically starts to do it. And so that maybe you might, everybody can relate to driving. Driving is one of the hardest things to do because there's so many things you've got to do at the same time. But you went through a process of learning, a process of training, and then all of a sudden you was able to do it automatically. And auto also means self. So the word ought means self. So auto drives by itself. Automatic, it works by itself. So that's what ought means. And for instance, one thing you have to know about the word ought is if you look at the word beauty. Beauty, B means to be present. So beauty really means to be yourself. But they've tricked you to look at everybody else, and then you get autism from it. So automaticity, once again, when you will things into existence and they become automatic. How do they become automatic? The reason why they become automatic is because you have tonicity. Tonicity is a set of muscles that work in the background to make automaticity happen. So basically tonicity. So basically, if you go to the gym and you do a lot of keep exercising, your muscles start to develop the ability to lift up the weight. So your muscles start to get the tone to lift up the weight. So when you're driving, your set of muscles start to remember the actions that you perform, and then it becomes automatic. So you have tonicity, and because of our composition of carbon and menelin, we have great tonicity. We have a great ability to do things automatically. That's why we can perform at the levels that we can perform at, because we can see something, we can feel it, telepathy. So you can see somebody do something, pull that feeling into you and perform the action yourself. So we have a great tonicity and automaticity. And once again, through your thought process, the more you do something just for driving, you do it more over and over again. Your muscles, your brain gets into the habit. it becomes automatic, and then you start to live it, and this becomes your habit, because a habit comes from what you inhabit. What you inhabit is your thought process. So everything that you think about, you start to become. So once again, your thought process, you have the ability with your thought to think anything that you want into existence. So, and once you think, you pull that thought into your vehicle called your body, and you start to live that thought. And if you live that thought long enough, it becomes a habit. So this is why they've done this on the language, to hijack this ability. They don't want you to know about your ability to create your own future, and the assistance that you have through your so-called cerebrium, and the functions that you have. You are really prophetic beings that you can pull the future into existence. This is what we're made to do, because if you've got to think about tomorrow, if you have the capacity to think about tomorrow, you have the capacity to pull it into existence. Right. Once again, we went over voluntary will. This is how they've hijacked our spirituality. They've given us this. If somebody doesn't tell you about what I've just told you and just starts with this, they've not told you your ability to pull the future into existence. Because funny enough, everybody else seems to be able to pull the future into existence. They can tell you what football match is coming on, when the latest device is coming out, when the next film is coming out. They can do it precisely. So this ability to pull things into existence, to create a future, everybody else seems to be doing it, because they haven't told you the first part. They've just started you here. And what does belief mean? Belief comes from the word. Two sounds make up the word belief. Also, with words, you have a combination of sounds that make up the one word. So belief is made up of two sounds. The first word, be, and be means to exist, to occur, or to take place. That's what be means. And leaf means the word will. So once again, belief is made up of be, means to exist, to occur, take place, and the word will. So be, will. So basically, belief means to will something to be, because then you've got to reverse it. So will something to be. So when you take on a belief, you're creating somebody else's future for them. When you create a belief, you create something, and you don't know that you have the ability to do it for yourself. You're creating somebody else's future for them once you take on this. Right, I'll tell you a little bit about words now. Basically, we have a thought process. The thought process pulls energy into existence. The energy that we pull in makes sounds. These sounds that are forms of recognition. So when someone is happy, laughter, it's a sound that you start to recognize. And then what happened with the sounds that were created, you had to figure it out. We had to figure it out. Figure means you drew it in a figure. And then as we started to write, it became a word. So basically a word is the end product of a sound. But we've been trained to look at the word and try to pull something from the word, when the word is just a byproduct of energy. It's just a byproduct of energy. And they've tricked us, because if you look at the word words carefully, and you take the F and you put it in the front, you see the word sword. So basically, they found out that by manipulating the words, they could use the words as swords. So you didn't need to kill anybody. Now you could cut them down to sign with a word. How the words change from African origin to English origin is a process called morphology. Morphology just means a change in sound. Basically, your ability of your tongue. That's what they say, mother tongue. Due to the ability to when you get a new language, you find it hard to pronounce the language due to your tongue. So basically, the sound changes in the language. This is how a sound like the word "sa" in ancient Kemet moves across. But once you can hear the sound, you can hear where the origin point is. Then you've got philology. Philology is actually the time and place where the people live. So from the time and the place where the people live, you can study. You can study where the language comes from. So that's a part of studying the languages. And then the two last things is how words are put together. Once again, words are combinations of sound, of meanings that have been put together to make a new word. How they do it is co-location. Co means together, cooperate, collaborate. So every time you see the word it means something to come together. And for instance, funny enough, the word cold means when someone's come together. D means to bring down. So when cold means come together to bring something down. So if you look carefully at the word words, you'll see hidden in the word words is the word sound, hidden in the word words. If you take away the W from the word words and you take away the S from the word words, you'll see the word O-R-D. So hidden in the word words, because you've only been trained to look at letters, you haven't been trained to hear the sounds, because they've disguised the sound in letters. So in the middle of the word words is the word awed. Awed means sound. If you listen carefully to the word awed, it means sound, as in the word, I'm making an audio signal. You listening are an audience. If I was in a big room, it would be an auditorium. And from the word awed, you get the word order. Because just like a dog, once I can give you the sound and you follow the sound because you have no resistance, because you've just been learned to perform the action, you're just like a dog. I could just tell you the sound and you just move to it, because you're not been trained to look at the sound in the middle of the word. So the other way that words are put together are assimilation. Assimilation is when two words come together and one word might lose the last letter, and the second word might lose the first letter. So two words come together. So this is how the sounds that they put the sounds together to make up these words. All right. I think that's the end of that. I'll just take some. Are you still there? Everybody still there?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we're still here. We're still here.
Enjoying it. Yeah. I'll take some questions. Anybody want any questions on that?
Anybody got any questions on that?
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
Oh, thanks.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you.
Not so much a question as an observation. When you was talking about what is it? You said about the automatic or the autonomic, something like that.
Automaticity.
Automaticity.
Yeah.
There's two from my historical school work. There's two parts of the nervous system, isn't it? One is automatic, one is not one is called autonomic, one is and it operates without thinking, like breathing, the heart rate. What do you have to say about that? And the other one, we have to actually take an action.
Well, basically, we've got to be careful of the way these Westerners use words, because they use words as labels. So they can give you the big words, but they don't tell you the functionality. So we have to, all we need to know is that we've just got this part of this body that puts things into existence. All we've got to do is show our body what to do, and it will do it. They will give you these long words, but it's all theoretical. They won't be able to actually apply it. Like the word letter A, they can't apply the power behind the letter A because they don't realize that it's or the letter M or W. They're hiding, or they don't realize that there's power. There's power behind the symbols. You see, so what we need to start doing is focusing on who we really are. And one of the ways that they've held us, once again, if you are pure thought, the reason why they're able to, as I said, kidnap your mind is by putting a mark on you. That's why I talk about the mark of the West. The mark of the West is basically, what is a mark? A mark is a cross. You know, if you do bad in exams, what do you get? It can't be something good. You get a cross. You know, if somebody doesn't like you, what are they? They're cross with you. When something is marked, it's spoiled. So the mark of the West, they've tricked you about this mark of the Be East, because we be East. The mark of the West is a cross. What does the cross signify? Because the cross is what tampers with your beliefs, your thought system. A cross is evaluation. Evaluation is when somebody looks at you who is not the creator of you and believe they have the power to pass a judgment on how good you are or how bad you are. How can someone who has not created you have the power over you to tell you you're a good person, you're a bad person, you're a shy person? You see, they have tricked you into taking an eval. This is what eval is, an evaluation on yourself. Once you start to evaluate evil, you will hate, because you will start to hate somebody else who is valued at higher than you, and you will start to look at yourself and hate yourself, or be proud of yourself based on that. And somebody who brings a value on you and brings a value that puts you down is a devaluer. So this is what the word eval comes from, and the word devil comes from, because it's somebody who devalues you, or somebody puts a mark on you. Once you take that label on you, on yourself, you're forever fighting to take that label off, and then you go back to the person who's put the label on you to try to take the label off you. So we've got to stop wearing these labels on our thought process, because we are basically free thought. We are free. This is why we have so much rhythm. This is why we have so much ability, because we are the greatest interpretators of vibration. This is why we can dance so good, because our body is designed to take energy and communicate that energy. They have difficulty doing it. They can only do it by copying, like a parrot. This is why they have a copyright, because they have to copy what's right, us. So we do not realize the power that we generate, through the frequency, our ability to manipulate frequency without a calculator, without a sign. Because before Usain Bolt came along, they didn't believe nobody in existence could move that fast. So his body had the ability to calculate frequency and energy while eating jerk chicken and outperform anything that their scientists had in the field. You see, so we really have to start looking at ourselves and revisiting who we really are. When you have a free thought, like young stars, young children, you can see how happy they are, because they are just at one with nature. And also, because we're people from abundance, when we was living in abundance, we didn't have to evaluate. We would just take and share, work away. There's no evaluation. You see it. You're all seeing eyes open, because you see everything for what it is. You see, it's only when you come from scarcity where you've got to cut, kill, keep, and this gets into your DNA. So you can see that these people have got control of the planet, but they don't know what to do with it. They can't share. Their whole system is off balance. You see. So that's basically let me see if I had anything. So so basically the words that we're using are basically, yes.
Can you just stop screen sharing, please?
Oh, is it still screen sharing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realise. So first, I'm not media friendly.
No, that's fine. You're doing fantastic.
You're doing very good.
I'm not media friendly. So
no,
yeah,
you've done very well. I've seen worse from other people. So yeah, you're doing.
We were supposed to be professionals.
Yeah. Right. So basically, whatever you put your eye on, whatever you currently see creates currency. You say, because you're an electromagnetic being. You're an exciter and an inhibitor. So everything that comes into your range, you put out. You can either put out electric towards it, or you can draw it into you. So you're electromagnetic. So whatever you currently see is currency. So this is why we have to be so careful of what we allow into our vessel. We call it a temple. We think we're kings or queens, but if you had a kingdom, which your body is supposed to be, you wouldn't let any peasants come in. If you see most kings, they don't even look at anybody. They just keep it straight ahead. We should not be taking in information from lesser beings, or allowing our children to take in information for lesser beings, because we absorb information. You wouldn't put your head in a bee's nest or an ant's nest, but you'll stick your head in one of their books or one of their films with all killing and madness into this. You see, so this is what we really have to move ourselves away from, these lesser beings.
You're still screen sharing, by the way.
Am I?
Yeah, you go to the top and go to the top of the screen that you're on and stop screen share.
Oh, I'm with you. Yeah. I can't see it. Oh,
it's at the top.
Is it done now?
Yeah, that's it. It's done now.
Cool. Yeah, so we really have to re-look at who we really are. We really have to look at, and these words have been their codes that's been put there to blind us. We don't even know what the word read means. For a start, you don't know what the word read means. The word read, RE, means to go back. Every time you see the word recall, remember, renew. RE means to go back or do something again. Every time that sound comes out, you will do something, go back to doing something. So when you reverse that sound, it means you'll do something forward. So rerun, you go back. Runner, you carry out the root word. Yeah. So re-jump, you go back. Jumper, you carry it out. So these sounds have frequencies that make you do things without even realizing. You know, so the word read means to go back. Add means to move. Advance. When you want to go in a club, admission. Somebody you see and you want to move towards, admire. Add means to move towards something. So read means to move to the back. That's what read means. So especially in Latin, they're still speaking from, let me get it right, from right to left. The language is, we believe it's from left to right, but it's still from right to left. For instance, return, when you read it, means to turn back. Recall, when you read it, means to call back. So they've tricked us even the very way that we're looking at the words itself, where we can't even see what these words really are. They've just given us language also works in three ways. You have the common language, which everybody uses. Then you have the administrative language, which, like the brother was saying, which is the law. And then you have the higher language, which is the wisdom. So there's three stages of language. We've just been shown the language of a minor. That's why they call us a minority. Not because of the numbers, but because of the level of language that they've given us. That's why we need somebody above us to speak for us. So when we get sick, we find that all the words we can't speak, we've got to go to a doctor to translate our words into Latin so we're able to get medicine. When we get in trouble with the law, or in a court, we find out our words have no power. So we've got to get a lawyer to speak on our behalf when we get caught in the court. So we've been given the language of a minor. This is why we go to comprehensive school. Comprehensive means to comprehend, means to take in. They go to grammar school. What is grammar school? Grammar is a part of what I'm talking about, how the words have been put together. If you know how the words have been put together, and you just like somebody who owns a dog knows the sounds that the dog doesn't really know, but can train the dog to follow the sounds. If you know the sounds and you could put forward something called pro, like promoter, you're a promoter, so you're putting forward something. If you want to test somebody, you put up a protest, you go in front of them to test them. Produce means to put something forward. So if you put forward grammar, you come from grammar school, you're able to put forward grammar, you become a programmer. That's why it's called grammar, because it's a program that they've given you to fall low under. Understand? Because when you fall low, you stand under the person who's programming you. So this is how they've put the language on us, so that we just take in the sounds. Like we'll run to the word exit and not know why that sound means that. We'll run to the word entrance and not know why that sound, just like a dog. We're just like human dogs because we don't even know. Your ex is someone you've left. So exit means somebody left. So exit means to leave it. It's in the sounds. X means leave it. Entrance, though, you have to worry about what entrance means, because N means in, empower, enlighten. So EN means in, trance. So once you follow them, you go into a trance. Anytime you follow somebody else without your own sense of mind, you're going into a trance. That's why it's called an entrance. Every time you go into an entrance, you're going into a shop and you get entranced by all the goods. And then they have advert. What does advert means? Once again, ad means to move, like admire, and vert means to turn. So it moves you to turn there. Advert, you're just looking after your children. Advert will come on the TV with the music, and you will turn. So vert means to turn. So this is the tricks that they've put, because we're not hearing the sounds. And one of the things that I just want to leave you with on this thing is the letting go of the letter and the study of sound is the first step towards freedom. This is by one of the founding fathers of linguistics, Ferdinand de Saussure. So once you start to hear the sounds in the words, you start to have the ability to think for yourself, because the whole thing about who you are as a person, you should have the ability to think for yourself, think away from what anybody else, especially the young stars. We have the ability to pull our thoughts into action. We have the ability to develop ourselves to greatness. We've got some examples around us. And these are the ones we should be aspiring to do, knowing that we have the ability to pull that information into us. This is how we're supposed to be functioning, you know. So that's the basics of the trickery that's been going on.
Wow, you're fantastic, Jammers. We're gonna have you back on again. Honestly, I think it's you know, the words that how you're making us look at words is you know, I wouldn't have looked at it that way, you know. So now just hearing it, I won't look at a word the same way how I was looking at it then. So thank you for that. Thank you so much.
I just leave you with one little piece here, one more little piece. Basically,
there's a question there for you as well, but yeah, carry on.
I'll take the question, yeah.
No, carry on. The one little piece, carry on.
Yeah, the reason why they've tapped into our wisdom and used it against. So basically, if you have nothing and somebody has everything, the only way you can get them is take their things and use them against them. And this is what they've done to us. I said, with the very words that we created, they've taken them and used them against us. One of the words I said was the word vert. Vert comes from the word versus. Versus means to turn. It's the Latin word for turn. So when you have a boxing match when somebody's versing somebody else, that means they're turning against each other. So basically, they've taken our wisdom and put it in verses. Verses means to turn. So they've taken our wisdom and reversed everything, put it in the other way around. Once again, verses means to turn. Look at the word verse. Verse is V-E-R-S-E. Once again, the word verse is V-E-R-S-E. If I can make you say my verses, then I can get you to S-E-R-V-E. The same letters, rearranged, serve me. So once you say my verses, just like somebody does the script or acting, or when you're a music singer, you say the sounds, just like you learn the sounds that I've given you, just like a dog, you start to serve me. So basically, they've taken our wisdom and put it in verses. So everything they say is designed to turn us. Say, turn. Thank you.
Thank you. Arthur?
Well, I don't know whether to get up and bow down or put my name down for your first student or what. This is what I want. This is what I'm teaching. This is everything about what I have been through and what I'm trying to get across to people. It's all about learned behavior. And if you've been taught a load of rubbish, you're just going to continue carrying on with the same learned behavior, which is not going to get you anywhere, which creates nothing but blockages, which is why we don't understand a lot of what the intellectuals or so-called intellectuals out there, all we do is we end up with blockages and getting smashed every single time somebody says something or does something and we don't understand it. You are amazing, Gemma.
Jammers.
Jammers, you are amazing, man. Absolutely amazing.
I'll just give you one thing about the word learn. Inside the word learn is the word earn. We've been trained to earn money for other people. So basically, the master trickster is going to tell you to your face what they're going to do to you.
Yeah.
And it's called language. They learn to gauge you, because if you start to answer back in a certain way, oh, this one knows. You see.
Well, what you've done is you've given us mass on what it means to start all over again. We've got to turn every single thing that we know from one point of view and start again in order to get rid of what we're carrying around from slavery right the way through to now.
Yeah, that's right.
That's one of the reasons why they don't want us together, because together our power is unbeatable. It will easily shake them from where they are.
Their scientists say that everything revolves. What does revolve mean? Re means to go back, volve means to turn. So everything goes back to its original state. This is what they say. You know, so that's what in our DNA, they're giving us all these distractions to stop us from turning back to our original state. You know, and sometimes we say Ra, not even realizing what we're saying. You know, respect, re means to look back. We keep saying it to each other, but not hearing what we're saying to each other. Re means to go back. Spec comes from the word spectacles, or you're wearing spectacles, or spectator. So when we're saying respect, we're not even hearing what we're trying to say to each other. We're saying look back.
Yeah. Yeah.
To each other. Every time you're saying respect, we don't even realize we're telling each other what to do. But because they've taken away our power of hearing, once again, letting God let and the study of sound is the first step towards freedom. Once we start to hear what we're saying to each other and feel what then it's done.
Wow, Jammers on steroids there.
This is Jammers.
Sounds like words on steroids.
No,
there.
this is Jammers. This is Jammers.
That's what I said. Jammers on steroids there with the words. Yeah, definitely.
Because what you end up with is the transition between intellectual intuition. And that transition from intellectual intuition is what creates our stoppage and our blockage. And the only way that you can unblock that is because that blockage is created by us individually. Nobody can teach you how to unblock it but yourself, which is why I try my hardest to try and help people to see what they've blocked themselves.
You said another word, they've come in to divide you and put you in a duel with yourself, individual.
Yeah.
To make you an individual.
Yeah.
Rather than a collective.
That's right.
They're making you battle from within your own self.
But they are a collective. Don't get me wrong. They are a collective because they've taken what we knew and using it for themselves now. And I know that to be gospel truth.
Everything that they say is new, we already knew it.
Yeah.
So.
Hi, can I say something a minute?
Yes, Marlene.
It sounds fascinating. I wish I came on earlier. I was doing all kind of bits. Wow. Is it a way? Could it help people to spell as well if it helped to unblock their mind in their way of thinking?
Well, basically, you see, we have the power to pull things into existence. We also have the power to put things out of existence, because somebody can only trick you if you don't know the trick. Once you know the trick, it no longer has a hold on you. Once you're all seeing, eyes open, then you can see what's going on. So basically, this is what revelation really means, because when something's revealed, that means you can see it. Their whole mechanism is not to stop us from seeing who we really are. We're walking around like blind people, because everything be light. Look at the word Nile, N-I-L-E. They've turned Nile into lines, L-I-N-E. And everything is beeline to make us belined to who we really are,
Oh, I'd love to hear you again. I'd like to hear you from scratch. So
you will if you come early next time, Marlene.
Yeah,
we're going to buy Marlene a watch. That's what we're going to do.
It sounded absolutely amazing and fascinating, and it gets your mind thinking. Even the little I just picked up at the end has got my mind thinking about, how the mind can be used in such a explosive way, and we're not aware of it. And do you teach in schools or anywhere at all?
I did some Saturday schools, and I was really getting some real good results. Funny enough, I went to go to do a teaching course. They said I didn't have any qualifications. I told them a little bit about what I'd done with the words, and all of a sudden the lecturers rushed me in to test me, and then I got like A+ in a advanced A level.
Wow.
On the test, and they was so shocked that they tried to rush me into the course, but unfortunately one of us stopped me. Didn't believe that I could have done it,
Oh.
But I'm going to be doing some courses soon. I'm going to be doing an online course in the next couple of months, and I'm going to probably be doing a publication as well. So yeah, if you stay tuned to Auntie Jean, definitely I want to start putting this out, because
more people needs to know about you.
Yeah, the young stars who know what I do, they're excelling at school, So.
Wow. Are you in touch with Andrew Muhammad in any way?
We've crossed paths, but we haven't really made that connection. I'm still waiting for his call,
Really?
No, he's a good friend. He's a good friend. He's a good friend of mine. He's a good friend. Of mine.
Okay.
But I'm building myself up so that he's going to have to call me sooner or later.
You will.
You
will.
But he's a good friend of mine still, you know.
Okay. Yeah. Fascinating.
We got Dr. Nick, then we got Josephine. Dr. Nick? Hi. You're muted.
Oh, Dr. Nick. Yes, let Dr. Nick come. Dr. Nick is my sparring partner. Dr. Nick.
Sparring partner, yeah? Brilliant presentation.
Thank you.
I was just listening. I mean, I heard you so many times, but I was still in awe.
Always.
Thank you.
You know, always. Excellent. But just to link up some of what you discussed with the whole education system, I know you touched on the grammar school versus the state school and the private school, and that we have these conversations many times, haven't we, Jammers?
Yeah.
But it's what the children are learning that is making the difference. And we can see that there are certain categories of people who their children are excelling all the time and, you know, getting into power, as it were, into leadership of the country and so on. And it's because they have been to certain different schools. So they have learned different ways and different things. And words are very, very important. I'm going to share a couple of statistics on differences between children by age 5. So if you kind of listen carefully here, because these are shocking. So children age 5 who never read would hear about 4,600 words. Yeah? So they never read anything, about 4,600 words they would have heard. Those who read at least twice a week would have heard about 63,500 words. And those who read 3 to 5 times a week would hear about 170,000 words. So it goes to show, if a child is reading, let's say, if a child is reading about 5 books per day, that child would have learned about 1.4 million words or heard about 1.4 million words. So that goes to show the power of words. And because our young people, they are not necessarily reading or reading the right material at least, they're not opening the vocabulary. The average person knows about 5,000 words as an adult. And most adults, since they were a child, they learn those words and they never improve their vocabulary. So they never understand the real power of words. And that's why the power within them is not coming out, because they need the right vocabulary to bring the power out, especially as a Black person. The words are powerful because your words will become flesh. It becomes meaning. It becomes something tangible. It will manifest. So well done, Jamas. Awesome session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Time. And we've got Sister Josephine.
Jamas, thanks very much for the instruction to us all. You know, you showed us a chart showing the movement across from like Roman, Greek, Phoenician, etc., etc. When you showed it to us on the screen, we couldn't see the letter M. Now, from my understanding, that letter M is very important. Like the Buddhists say, it comes from like myrrh.
He did mention the letter M.
He did mention it, but we couldn't see it on the chart.
But he mentioned it.
I can break that down slightly.
Please do. That's the point I'm trying to make. Auntie Jean is interrupting.
But you said he didn't mention it, but he did mention it. Because he said M is like to come to.
And I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that. But he didn't give the level. M is such an important word, even in terms of African languages. Many of the words, myrrh for the seaside, and many words to do with water. But this is Jammer's field, so he can explain it far better than me.
Well, I've actually forgotten what the letter O stands for, but let me break it down as far as I'll do it roughly.
M for mother.
I'll do it roughly. Basically, as I said before, the letter M is bringing energy downwards. Even in the word mother, it's in the word magnet. It's if you look at the letter M, it's a vulture. It works. It's a bird at rest, because the vulture was the original Virgin Mary. Because in ancient Kemet, they believed that the vulture was just women. They couldn't tell the difference between a man and a female. Vultures. The vulture symbolizes a woman, and also it symbolizes the cycle of life. You'll see a vulture when there's a dead body, before it becomes poison, before it oxidizes, the vulture will reconvert it. So the vulture symbolizes the circle of life, symbolizes the mother. So the letter M also symbolizes the owl, symbolizes wisdom. And if you look at the word, but this is me speculating now, the zero symbolizes the portal as well. So it symbolizes the portal. It's the zero, especially in the number system, also symbolizes the womb. So it symbolizes the womb. It symbolizes zero, symbolizes the starting point. And the woman, and so listen to the sound, womb. In the middle of the word womb, you see the OM sound, because everything comes from the womb. Once again, it's wisdom coming through from the woman. The mother is giving out the wisdom from the womb. And then in ancient Kemet, your unseen essence was called an atom. So so it comes from the womb, the essence, and it makes you an atom. And then when you die, you end up in a tomb. So we have this power within us that comes from the woman. The woman is the giver of the essence of our starting point. The woman is the first scientist. The woman is the first is the first mathematician. The woman is the first balancer of society. So the woman, that sound comes from the woman, the essence of who the woman really is. The woman is the fortune teller. The woman works in darkness. The woman knows without, when you look at Gordon Ramsay and he's making his food, he needs to analyze, shout and scream. He needs weights and scales to make the food, and it's still nothing. It still tastes like whatever. But our mothers will just throw things in the pot, and without even a thought process, and feed the family. So this is one of the things that took us off balance. Is really, I know you said the but it's the woman. The woman is the balancer. The woman needs to be put back on her seat. The woman is the first seer. The woman is the leveler. The woman who makes things. Look at the word they use for woman. Eve. Eve means before. Christmas Eve means before Christmas. New Year's Eve means before the new year. So woman is the first balancer. Look at the word level. You turn the word level both ways. In the middle, you'll see the word Eve. Represents the balance. Represents my hat. Represents the balance. Look at the word even. First three letters of the word even. Again, the woman. The woman makes events happen. Look at the word event. You see the word Eve. The woman is the seer. If you look carefully at the word I, look at the word I, and you'll see Eve in the word I before that little line comes down. So the woman, once again, is the balance sign. The reason why everything's off balance is because men have taken control, and men with the testosterone will be battling. The men will battle amongst each other because they've taken the woman out of their role. The woman is the seer, because to tell the truth, most men would be happy watching football, drinking beer, and living in a cardboard box without washing. If it wasn't for the woman. See, so the woman is the one who brings things into existence. Yeah. Cool. I think I went off track of the question.
Very interesting. Thank you.
James, if I could just say the word is the union between the body, mind, and spirit.
Okay.
That's what holds the three together. And that's why it's a very important word. And if you meditate or do anything spiritual, it's a very important word. Because when you go like, if you meditate, even some people doing their prayers or whatever, they use that term. And it's what pulls the three together. Very powerful. Because they open up the lungs area, bring in more oxygen, as you talk about, and that kind of thing. So it's a very important word.
When you enjoy your food, it's
No, I know what it is. It means when you're pulling energy into yourself.
Yes,
that's what it is. Because they've reversed it. They've reversed it and made it mo, as in motor, motto, motion. So that means to pull energy out of you. So when you reverse it means something outward. Motto, motivation, move. So when you reverse it means energy. That's how you pull energy. I got it. It's when you pull energy into yourself.
Yeah.
From Alan said it was a brilliant presentation, and he says thank you. He says that he's got a question. Is there an African language that is pure towards the roots of etymology, such as Amharic or Swahili?
I think there's a few. What's the language called? There's a few of them around. Is it Giza or Gits? There's a few African languages that are still in their purest essence, and I think the Dogons as well have an essence. But really, the hieroglyphs really has to be reanalyzed, because in the hieroglyphs is the principles that we need to pull into existence. For instance, I don't want to go into a long rant again. The word patar, actually, patar is the African essence of a protector. Father is just a word that you don't know how to put into existence. But patar means the protector. It's the essence of a protector. It's the essence of a creator as well. This is our African essence of. So we have to, when we hear a word, we have to pull that action into existence. So to be a real father, you're supposed to be a protector of the family. And a lot of us are not acting in that patar spirit. We're being fathers, which has no instructions in that word. And the word patar, Egypt patar. They've stolen it. Jew patar. Patar means paternal, comes from the African word patar. This is where the word father even comes from. Because if you reverse the E and the A, you still get the word father, patar. So they've stolen our actual power and given us words to use instead. So we have to really look into the symbols, reanalyze them, and pull them into existence. We have to start to become the authority, because really this is a key. Once we created this language, if we become the authority of the language, then everything else will fall. Because someone can't tell you a word and you're the creator of the word and you not be able to tell them the real meaning of the word. This is where you speak things into existence, because once you know the utterance. So if anybody comes up with Greek and says the letter A, I should be able to bury them, because they don't know what A is. We have to get back the mastery. Once again, they've tricked us into believing it's English language, it's African patois at the lowest level. That's what they're speaking. This is our language. They need the African sound to say the symbols. They haven't created any languages. They're using African sound. Chinese invented paper, and they originally wrote it off papyrus. So they did not create this. This is our, and they've tricked us into trying to run away from it, but we have the mastery over the symbol. So it's just that we have to, as I said, once the truth will set you free, and once we start to know, then we will be able to master who we really are.
Right. Alan, do you want to ask another question?
No, that was great. Yeah, an amazing presentation. I learned a lot. Yeah, I think we all have. Thank you, Jan.
No problem.
Thank you. And those who didn't know, Jammers was he ran the speakers club.
Oh yes, that's right. Yes. And
that's
Brother Dougie. With Brother Dougie, the late great Brother Dougie, And that was me putting it to the test, actually. The Speakers Club was me testing my theory to see if I could speak something into existence. So me and Brother sat down, we spoke it into existence, and it ran for 4 years. So I've actually tried to test myself in this to see if this thing works. That's what it's about. That's what it's all about.
It was very good as well. So any plans after this pandemic?
Yeah, I'm just looking at because I want to do the Speakers Club, and plus I want to start doing courses on this as well, because we need to master some kind of skill. Mathematics, science, biology. They've got their hands on that. But this at its price, there are not really many people doing this. So we really need to implement this as a skill and be the authority of this. And teach our young stars so they outshine their children.
Yes.
But may I just interject there just for 1 second? The problem that we've got is that limitations come from their way of thinking. And what we need to do, and what I believe that we need to do, is by stripping everything back and going back to the way that we should be, thinking things into being is far, far more spiritually advancing for a nation than the way that things are being produced at the moment. At the moment, everybody is looking towards computers and robots, for God's sake. You know, we should be looking at the way that things are being produced in order for food in a much, much better way than GM. We should be looking at foods that is grown for the betterment of mankind, not by just all of the things that we're hearing over the internet these days, which is to not to sell your crop because they want to create X, Y, and Z. You know, these are the things that we need to be looking at by going back to our grassroots and being able to feed our people first, look after our people first, and heal our people first. And once we're able to do that, we can then take control, which we will do eventually, but it's stripping it back, not looking at it from their point of view. And I'm sorry, because I'm an inventor and I come from a point whereby I find it very, very difficult to think like other people. So I'm always going, what if, what if, what if? And you know, this is the longest I've been in a group where I really feel happy within a group, because I've still got the freedom to be able to think the way that I want to think, do the way that I want to do, and be who I want to be. So I would say, yes, you are right. We do need to strip it back. We do need to start from a foundation, but that foundation needs to be a new coming, not something that's based on the past. Yes, understanding words and understanding the past language is very important, but we need to be able to take that new language and put it into something that's brand spanking new, nothing that's been thought of now. It's got to be original for it to go forward now, for us to be able to think that into being, and for Black people to have a foundation that is theirs and that we will have a belonging to it. So thank you again. Sorry, I went off a little bit.
And
there,
that is what Jammers is actually doing.
But thank you. That is what you. Thank you.
Before we close up, Jammers is also an author. Have you got your book to hand to let people see your?
I've got one of them. This is my older one. It's Decoding Language. I don't know if you can see that. If you turn it, you can see it means decoding language both ways the same way.
Right.
Beautiful.
And it breaks down.
Very clever.
Breaks down the language and full color as well, you know. So yeah, so that's one of the books, but I'm going to be bringing them back out like an updated version of it as well. You know, so
well done.
It's got a way of looking at, you know.
And is it the etymology as well?
And I've got a book. Yeah, I can't put my hands on it for some reason, but I've got a book. I've got a book on etymology as well. So what I've been talking about, and I've done it like for young stars that they can look at and get a grasp of how the language has been put together.
Beautiful.
You know? I can see my great friend Lyndon Waters with his hand up.
Yes, he's got his, yes. Dr. Lyndon Waters, you have a question?
Jammers. Jammers, you can hear me?
It's like the old speakers club back together again, huh?
This is the old speakers club back again together. Jammers, let me tell you something, my brother. I've heard you so many times do this, but you know, every time I'm totally functionally inspired, spiritually inspired. I don't know any soulfully inspired. You know, I just thought of something.
Mm-hmm.
With etymology, obviously, we are talking about the brain in the head. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can etymology also affect? Now, remember, I don't say effect. I said affect the other two brains that we've got. Did you know we've got three?
Well, I'm slightly aware of that, but not fully. I don't know if you want to break it down a little bit.
Well, of course, we know the brain we've always seen, the common one. And this is what I'm saying when you say that these people hide things from us. At no time I told you in going to school, college, grammar school, university, did they ever tell me that, you know, there are 3 brains?
No.
I've had to find that out for myself. And most people don't know that the heart, our heart is a brain. Our gut is a brain. Yeah? And I don't know at the moment, I'll have to do the research, but I do know that the brain in the head has 100.
Stop playing about.
Yeah, carry on. Sorry, carry on.
Okay, where's Jammers gone?
I'm still here.
Jammers is still here. Jammers is still there. Some of you
I
are
was
muted.
just about to say that you know, at the moment we do know we have 100 billion, you know, neurons in the brain in our head. I'll have to do the further research to find out where the others are in the body. But just looking at 100 billion, you know, and to know that in our actual bodies we have 37.2 trillion cells. Each has 1.4 volt. Imagine, this is what Dr. Sebi said about us being electric, you know? And we have to take all of what we know and put together. What I'd like, and I'm going to propose it live now while you're here. Piracia is in concert with me on a Friday, the first Friday in every month so far, up until November.
That's on the Garvey Village platform.
Garvey Village platform, right? But as I proposed to you today, if Auntie Jean and her staff could see it flexible enough for you to be with Piracia, like when I was on Galaxy, yeah?
Yeah,
and the 3 of us rolled together, look what we produced. All right? Because Piracia is, every time we talk about what we're going to be talking about, the theme, he makes the maths to go with it. Yeah?
Right.
And I believe you can do the etymology to go with it. So we'll be
but
the
how do you
pyramid.
fix for Friday? Because are you still doing the show on Galaxy on Friday?
I should still be able to go. I'm on Galaxy, but I can still leave when I finish Galaxy. I should have enough time to do it. Yeah, I could do that.
Because we start at 7 on a Friday.
Yeah, that could work. I can even do it from
You
Galaxy.
you wouldn't be on at 7. You know, I've asked for that role. That's mine. I mean, now give it up, right?
No, give me the late one then. I'll take the late one.
Yeah, you come up. You'll come after
you have
Piracia.
something else to do. You may find it more convenient to come after Piracia and make Piracia come inside the middle. Yeah, but I'm telling you the influence that would have, the power that would have, with me coming from the psychological and philosophical side, and Piracia, the mathematical side, you, the etymological side. My goodness me, we're going to do great input into this Garvey Village. So if you feel good about that, see with, you know, Queen Jean and her staff, and I would really welcome you to come along. And let's do the pyramid, all right? We got the base on the 2 sides. We give them the pyramid, Jammers, yes?
So
what about the astrological side?
I welcome that, my brother, but that's something, isn't it? You know,
listen, because when you mentioned 3 brain just now, you know, what I saw is the head is the sunrise, the heart is the midday sun, and the tummy is the setting sun. So them are the 3 brain.
Yeah, but what's not being mentioned is the whole body is a brain. Every single part, every single cell carries a memory. It's not just the brain. The brain is just the transmitter. The knowledge and everything is in your body. It's in your DNA. That's the brain.
So it's one circle with three movement.
Yes, but you know, each of the parts I just mentioned to you, you know, is part of the body, no? Yeah, but you've got to look at it from the basis. From the basis, it's broken down from one cell. It then turns into two cells. It's not got it's got its brain. Has it got its brain in a cell? It's there. It's every single atom is the brain. Every single part, every single molecule of your body is the brain. It's not just in your head. But you know, fair enough. I take your point. I'm not saying that isn't so. I'm just going by the models of the brain that I've studied. That's all I can say to you. Yeah, but that's why the mind becomes the body anyway. Yeah, but that's why we're talking about we've got to go back to the very beginning, dismantle everything and start again from scratch. Because you can't believe anything. Until you learn the language, you can't understand any of it. Until you understand where your blockages are, how can you see the truth? You can't. You have to unblock first, see clear, find the language. Then from once you've found the language, a basis that everybody can understand.
And that is exactly what we're doing. And that's exactly what we're doing.
Then you can go forward.
Yeah. Alan, I see you're unmuted. Do you have a question?
Oh, yes. I remember now. Sorry. Jammers, you mentioned 2 books. Where's the best place that we can get those books, please?
Well, you have to wait probably a couple of months straight from Auntie Jean because I'm revising them, so it probably give me 2 months for them to be ready. But I'm going to be doing I'm also going to be doing a course as well, so I'll keep you lot posted. I'm putting a 5-week course together as well.
Thank you.
And it'll be about 2 months. Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'll look out for the information and Queen Jean.
And I'll give out my number as well, so you can
yes, please. If you like to say, you can put it in the chat and also say it out because we've got people listening on Black Culture Radio. So then
I'm not social media friendly, so I'll have to just say.
Okay, we'll say it out. We put it in.
Right. 07931 417 553. I'll say it again. You could just text me your name and I'll let you know. I'll keep you updated with our courses and the books. 07931 417 553.
So that is 07931 417 553.
If they just text me, anybody just text me your name, whatever, and then I'll keep you I'll keep everybody posted. You know, together we can rise. You know, that's what it's about.
Thank you. Last words from you, Jammers.
Well, I just want to answer to the question was we need platforms like this that will make us vibrate at the frequencies, because we're the type of person, we don't need to read the book from cover to cover. We can see the book, open a couple of the pages, and we know what the book is. We can see a person, we know what the person is. That's the type of, I can say a word and then you know it. This is how we transmit information. We have the ability to just see something and we know it. This is who we are. And it's platforms like this that will raise our vibration, you know? So I just say one thing anyway, don't think from the ink, because inside the word think is the word ink, you know? I said you're a thought, so throw away all the marks and throw away all the labels, be a free-flowing thought, because a pen is a holding device. Every time you see the word pen, it links to punishment or a hold. Pigs in a pen, penitentiary, penalty, suspended, pendant. So every time you see the word pen, it means it's a holding device. So inside the word pen is ink, and you're held by the ink that you're thinking. Depending on your dependency on the pen, you end up in the deep end. That's why they make you write in a sentence. You're sentenced by the sentence, and your brain ends up in a cell. So it's to you to be free of the cell and excel the cell, you have to have zero pen. And when you have zero pen, then your eyes are open.
Woo!
Okay, and he's a poet, and we didn't even know it.
All
Yeah?
right. No, listen, he's more than a poet. He's a DJ as well. He should hear him let the DJ do. And a comedian.
Oh, no.
And an actor. Did I go on? Anyway.
I'd like to thank everybody. You know, for giving me their ear, you know, and sticking with me even though I'm not media friendly yet. So thank you, family.
No,
You've done very well. You've done good.
You was great.
It's our time.
Thank you, and we'll welcome you back on again many times.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks. And with this, we're going to move swiftly on to our Dr. Nick, who must be tired. He had his own presentation, his own event this evening, I should say. It started at 7, the same time as we started, and also has come on and also waited. So patient, Dr. Nick. Thank you very much for your patience. And I'd like to welcome you to the screen. You've been on to the Garvey village before. Where is he there? Yeah, you've been onto the Garvey village before, and I'm just looking for your presentation title. Sorry. If you'd like to introduce yourself, and I should say the screen is now yours, because you're talking about, is it parenting?
Parenting, yes.
Yes.
So greetings, everyone. Dr. Nick, I'm knackered, honestly. I'm sure you can see it in my face. I've been online on Zoom since 7 p.m. So it's been like a lot. It's long. It's been a full on evening. So I'm really tired. So my mind is not where it should be right now. I need to sleep.
Okay, so it's about challenges facing single parent families.
Yes, so we're talking about some of the challenges facing single parent families. So I will kind of go through that quickly, just to kind of set the scene where I'm coming from with this. Again, thank you, Jama's brilliant presentation. But just to kind of go through where I'm coming from with this, so you can kind of get an idea from where I'm coming from. I'm a teacher, so I come from that angle of education, and I've been working in the community for many years now with parents and children, supporting them to improve and develop and get to the level that they should be at. So that's kind of the angle I'm coming from at this point. So some of the challenges facing single parent families or lone parent families, again, you might have experience of this in the audience. Members of the audience might have experience of this. You might be a lone parent yourself, or you were brought up in a household with a mom or a dad alone. So you can feel free to contribute to this. This is not so much a presentation, it's more just a forum where we can discuss some of the issues that are facing single parent families and how we can help them to overcome those challenges. Because when the parents are not doing or haven't got the support, then it affects the children. And the programming goes on, because the drummer has been talking about, you kind of a link there, because if you're programmed, the programming that the children pick up, they're picking up from the parents. And some of the parents are still locked within the program that they have learned from their children, which is from their parents who were programmed by their parents. And it goes on. You can look at it for hundreds of years, if you like. And nowadays, with the distractions in the community or in society as a whole, there's a lot of distractions. And these distractions are affecting our young people very badly. And it's affecting parents as well, because parents are literally confused on what to do with their children, because all the children want to do nowadays is they want to play games. It's all about games and screen time. I mean, I had a 3-hour session, literally people just talking about screen time and games this evening. So it's about screen time, it's about games. So what are some of the issues that, as parents, what had led to this point in our parenting career, if you like? One of the issues there would be lack of time. You know, most lone parents, they're working, obviously, you know, some of them maybe doing more than one jobs to put food on the table. Now, if you work so hard, how do you find time to parent your children? So that's I think we need to look at. So again, anybody in the audience have that kind of issue or have solved or resolved that issue, let us know. Feel free to share your thoughts. So time management, very important. Because if you're out all day, as one parent said on the forum this evening, she's out until this is a scenario. So a child is 5-6 years old. She got dropped at school from about 7 or 6:30 in the morning for what you call breakfast club at school. Then she's in school all day. School finishes at 3 p.m. The child then goes on to what you call after school club, or sometimes tea time club. And that finished about 6 or so. So mom picks her up about 6:30 and then take her home. Now, this child should be in bed at about 8 p.m. Now you can see what happens here. There's no time, there's not much interaction between the mother and the child in this case. Now, the question is, who is raising that child? And if you just kind of take a minute and reflect on that and do the maths on the number of hours spent outside of home with strangers, if you like, or within school. I mean, these teachers what are they teaching our children? As John has been talking about the language and so on. What language are our children learning? I mean, as you can know, in schools, they're learning a lot of negativity because they're picking up the wrong language. They are learning about all distractions, all the games and all these things. So let's have a look at, that kind of situation. Who is raising that child? Now, you can't expect your child to be doing really well and to follow in a certain footstep when they're being raised by somebody else. So as parents, we have to remember to take charge of our children's future, and learning starts at home. But as a community, I feel we need support, because parents, lone parents especially, they need support. Because how can they be raising their children and raising their children properly if they don't have time to do it? So that's one of the major issues that affecting lone parents. Also, the idea of lone parents or parents as a whole not educating themselves and not getting rid of the programming that they had gone through. So they themselves are not free. Now, I think, Jammers, we talk about this a few times, Jammers, but we talk about the idea of freedom from programming, because that's holding us back. So if you're programmed in a certain way, you're held back, and you follow that program because that's what you know what to do. The words you use, the language you use, all that stuff is being taught to you by somebody else, and that becomes a control mechanism. So you are now acting the script that has been given to you. Some of this programming is through your own family lineage because they don't know better themselves. Some is it you pick it up from friends or family, in the society and so on. From schools, teachers, because everybody's kind of singing off the same hymn sheet, but nobody really understands why they're singing from that hymn sheet. So people need to stop and think and go back to the basics, go back to their roots to kind of find out, why am I doing things this way? Why am I not having abundance in my life? Because sometimes we're not having the abundance because of the programming, because we have the wrong mindset. And the mindset comes from the language we use, the vocabulary we have in our minds, and the words that we use on a daily basis. So those are some of the issues that we have to look at within our community as parents, looking after our children. The other factor is the level of interaction between children, the young people, and the games that they're playing. The games that they're playing, sometimes, no fault of parents. Parents are doing a wonderful job. Most parents are really putting their 100% best. Some of them are pushing 200%, if that's mathematically possible, to be the best parent they can be. So we have to really congratulate all the parents out there because they're really pushing themselves, especially the mothers, because a lot of them are, from what I've been observing, are raising the children on their own without the fathers being around. So if that's the case, we're talking about our boys not having father figures around. So the masculine energy within our race is going down. Now, if you start to lose the masculine energy, you're breaking the backbone of the society. or for a community, if you like, because the masculine energy, obviously, that's the power that holds society together. You can think about the strength in a man versus a woman, a physical strength in that sense. A woman would have a lot of mental strength, of course, and the psychological resilience, but the physical, power, if you like, raw power, that's coming from the masculine energy side. But then if there's no male role models around, how are our boys getting and understanding that masculinity? So that's another issue we have to look at, and that's affecting our community left, right, and center. Because even if you look at the crime rate and the violence in our community, a lot of that stems from the lack of masculinity, and a lot of people don't understand that, because masculine energy is not one that's gonna necessarily fight, because it's not emotional. It can control itself. Whereas if you look at the feminine energy, if it's too high, then you lose control over your emotions, because as you might know, females tend to be more emotional than men. And it's just the way that, they were made. It's nothing to do with me saying this. It's just literally how things are, the reality of it. But then if you look at a child who is raised in a household by a mother without any father figure around, any male role models, then what energy that child actually absorbing? So if you look at it, it's a deep level, because it go down to a spiritual level. It goes on to the energy level. So we as a community have to come together to bring more male role models, more father figures. And it doesn't have to be biological fathers, but we need to play our role as male within the community. And that's not really happening a lot. So we need to see more men coming forward, mentoring our boys, and supporting our mothers who are lone parents, especially. Yeah. So that's another problem we saw. And another one is the games, as I think I touched on it earlier. So the games that the boys are, especially the boys, I mean, girls play games as well, but the games that they're playing, they're very, very violent. They have very low emotion, low vibration. That vibration is negative. I mean, and if you understand vibration and frequencies, we are all vibrating all the time. We are frequency. The higher your vibration, the higher your frequency, the more positive you are, the more upbeat you are. If you have low energy, you tend to be dull, dark, depressed. You can have, violent outbursts and so on. If you have low energy, they would say germs vibrate at a very low energy. So if you tend to be sick a lot, you have low energy, because if you have high vibration and high energy, you don't get ill, because germs can't function in high vibration. Some of you might have been familiar with certain, Dr. Sebi's work and so on, and alkaline diet and all these things. It's part of the whole thing. But when our young people are exposed to a lot of these games, they're very negative, very violent, and they absorb that information. Believe it or not, if you spend like so many hours every day playing these games, these video games, they're high impact, so they're really stimulating your mind, and they just absorb it into your subconscious mind. So you're not even aware of what's going in. Just like, for example, you were brought up in a household where, with a certain mentality, you absorb that mentality without even knowing that is the mentality you're absorbing, and you never question it because you don't know any different. And that's what's happening to our young people. But the games that they are being programmed by, who wrote these games? Obviously, they're written by someone, right? The programs didn't just exist out of nowhere. They came from somewhere, and there's always a message hidden within that. And then the message is being acted out by the people playing the games. So we as a community, we need to counteract that. So we need to counteract that by getting our young people to focus more on positive material, maybe reading, for example, looking after their health and getting off these screens. But again, a lot of, from what I've been observing and hearing from parents, the issue there is, what's the alternative? If I don't have the time to spend with my child because I'm busy, then I just get him or her on the computer or the iPad or the iPhone or something, and that's a headache off my shoulder, because the iPhone or the gadget or whatever will now take care of that child for that particular length of time where I can't really tend to him or her. So we need to provide support again. There has to be systems in place. If we're going to raise, the idea is, if we're going to raise our community to be successful, we have to start with the children. But the children, they can't just do it out of thin air. They need support. Now, the parents would support the children, but the parents need support themselves. So as a community, we really need to be putting things in place to be supporting parents, especially lone parent families, in order to support the children. So we can start losing some of the programming, some of the stereotype, some of the glass ceiling, because as you might know, a lot of our young people have this belief that they cannot achieve certain things because there's a glass ceiling. They have this mindset because of what they've seen around them and what they have been told repeatedly by schools, especially, that they can't achieve certain things because of who they are. Because they are just seen as, you're a black boy, for example. Well, you're not a black boy because you're not your name, you're not just a person. You're much more powerful than that. You are thoughts, and that is powerful because that has no end, no limit. It's constant vibration. So it's the idea of them being set low expectations, and we as a community, again, we have to work diligently to remove that. So we need to have positive interactions with young people. But again, if you look around, there's nothing around. I mean, there were times when we had youth clubs and stuff like that, but those are all gone. But then these youth, we were depending on other people to fund our youth clubs. Now, why would they necessarily fund our youth club when it's not really helping their youth and they don't want to help us anyway? So we have to find ways to help ourselves. So it's about us being able to self-fund and create and develop things of our own. So it all comes back to the idea of being creative. So getting our community to be creative, our young people to be creative, we as adults to be creative, using the correct terminology so we understand the words that we use in and the power within that, because we can use words to manifest good or evil. You know, so it really comes back to us understanding who we are as a people. You know, we need more things like Black history classes, or I would like to call it Black identity classes, so we can identify ourselves with at the highest power. But again, that's not really happening. So there's a lot of issues there that need to be sorted out, but parents alone can't do it. I'm a tutor and I teach children. People bring their kids to me or the children to me in this sense, and I will tutor them and, you know, help them to pass their exams in school, their English, their math, they get, you know, high grades and stuff like that. But that's only a very, very small aspect of the story. They need to go further to develop and to free themselves of mental slavery, as it were. Because once they go through school and they get taught and they pass their exams, that's very good, and that's really awesome. But at the same time, they then get trapped in a job. So they get again pushed in that cycle where they're just becoming almost like being enslaved, because there's no freedom there. Because you can't be free if you're not allowed to, you're not able to create, because at your highest level, you're creative. You know, everyone wants to be, you're yearning to be creative and to be fully expressive of who you are, but you don't get that opportunity in employment, for example. And our young people, a lot of them are frustrated, and hence, for example, I'm sure you might have heard of the phrase, the school to prison pipeline, and that pipeline is filled because a lot of our young people are frustrated because they can't get to express themselves and really be who they are and be at the highest level of creativity. So because in that case, they're failing in school. And then therefore the school is there with the idea of I'm preparing you for employment, if you like. And if you can't really function in the aspect, then the next place I'm going to be preparing to put you is in prison, because you have no functionality in society. So you're going to either work towards the education system, the employment system, or you work towards the prison system. So it's one or two places. But sometimes within our community, I've seen where a lot of parents are putting schools in charge of their children's future. Well, that's not a school's job. As a parent, it's your job really to take charge of your child's future. But as we know, it takes a village to raise a child. Where is the rest of the community coming to help out and support parents? So we need to be taking responsibility as a community to support parents and to support our young people. We need more male role models out there. We need more males to be coming forward to do mentoring, mentor young people, provide guidance, help them, sit with them, read with them, show them, the way. Let them understand where they're coming from. Let them understand where they're going. Let them understand the power within them. we need all that support. Yeah, so I'm going to end there. As I said, yeah, my brain is frying, but I'm gonna end there because I'll take questions or points from people, but I'll stop there.
Okay. Has anybody? Thank you.
You're welcome.
Has anybody got any questions for what Dr. Nick has been speaking about? Any questions? Yeah, Jammers? Yeah, you have to unmute. You're muted.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to Dr. Nick was saying, because I was talking about thought, and basically our youngsters are pure thought. You know, my mum used to be a babysitter, and I had children around me from the age of 2, and none of them were born bad. You know, if they had a behaviour, Dr. Lynn would say, you could correct the behaviour. You know, there's nothing in society that is training our youngsters how to be good children, how to look after your mother, how to protect your sister, how to be a village. You don't have the good family film. You know, all the society is designed to contaminate your pure thought process. So we need to, as Dr. Nick was saying, we need to safeguard our youngsters, what goes into their temple, what goes into their mind. Because what goes into their mind is, as I was saying earlier, your body has the mechanisms to put it out. You know, so our youngsters have to be protected. So, Dr. Nick, once again, excellent presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, how do we enlist our men to come forward? Because I mean, there's a lot of cases and a lot of parts or sections in our life that they need to come forward. What can we put in place to let them come forward? Because there's a big responsibilities that it's not being fulfilled by them, by the majority of men.
I'll say one thing, and then I think Dr. Linda's going to speak. But basically, we've got to open out all CNI. There are people in our community doing what we want them to do.
but not enough.
It's not even enough.
Yeah.
We're not supporting them. We are already winning. By numbers, we can support Nike trainers. We can support Adidas trainers. We can support Kentucky Chicken. By our spending power, now is the time. You don't even have to do nothing to support. You can help from a distance. We just have to see the people like Family First, Andrew Mohammed. There's people out there doing. All we have to do is fund Dr. Nick, Linda Waters. All we have to do from a distance is fund these people, give our attention to these people. Because we're blinded, not seeing the people who are actually there, people out there. You know, we're already winners. We just need to support the people who are showing that petard spirit.
How do we galvanize those ones to help to support? Instead of supporting the name brands and the bookie shops and everything, how do we galvanize them to support?
I think there's two people who's got their hands up.
Okay.
And this one, I think
Dr. Linden.
That's a challenging one, Auntie Jean. And
it is.
We've seen that with the Garvey. You know, we've had people that stepped up and are doing things for the Garvey. You know, doing it financially, giving up their time as well. But it's not everybody that you think that will actually put themselves forward and say, right, yes, I'm going to do this because I want to see this to be flourish, to flourish, you know? So that is a not a very straightforward, easy question to answer. And I can see why Jammers handed it over to Dr. Lincoln. I saw that.
Could I say a quick one on that one? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's the mindset, because we have this mindset of we are consumers, we're not producers.
Yeah.
So again, until that mindset has shifted a bit, I mean, obviously there are some changes and people are coming with a different mindset nowadays based on a lot of material people are reading and so on. People are more exposed to this idea of, the mindset and the spirituality side of things. So thank goodness for all the social media and stuff, because that's promoting a lot of this stuff as well. But at the same time, the bulk of our community is based on the idea of I'm a consumer. They don't think about producing stuff. And that's why, for example, a lot of people get up and go to work in the morning, because they're not thinking about, okay, I can make something, I can create something for myself. If we look back, say, 200-300 years ago, we didn't work. We didn't work for anyone. We were in the barter system, where we would just have, you produce what you want, And if you don't produce something that you need, you go to the next guy, the person next door, and you say, hey, I have this, you have that, let's swap.
That's right.
It was called the barter system.
Barter,
before currency came into play. Now there are 3 types of currencies, and people don't tell us that. They think money is the only currency. But there are 3 types of currency. I don't know if Jammers might know this, I don't know. But the currency we're talking about here is time, money, and energy.
Right.
But we focus our whole life on money and not thinking about time and energy. If you can have a lot of money, but you have no time or energy. Right. If you're in the hospital, for example, being ill, your energy is very low. It doesn't matter how much money you have in the bank, that's not going to really help you. Your energy is low. So you have to have a balance of the 3. But, we have to get our young people to think this way and to get society to think this way. So therefore we can start working as a team, as a unit. And again, we're not really necessarily working in units. We're working in singular.
That's what we got to come back. We got to come back. Yeah,
let the other people carry on, sorry.
Okay. Lyndon, Dr. Lyndon.
Dr. Nick, greetings.
Greetings, Dr. Lyndon.
I am forever grateful for your presence and your presentation, my brother.
Thank you.
You're one of the very few people that seem to really get what distress, and I use the word distress deliberately rather than the common word stress, that the children are under. They're under great distress from the county lines. They're under great distress from being groomed. They're under great distress from the schools. They're under great distress in some homes. They're under great distress because there's no extracurricular activities. Like you mentioned youth clubs and stuff. I used to do all those things. I spent 52 years doing outreach work. So I don't know it all, but I know a great deal. Yeah? I've run programs which UCL has actually come and said they've never seen anything like it. And it was literally 100% all the rules except for one rule. The one rule me and my family put in there into these sections of areas of learning was that when the children come in, they had to sign in, put their address and their parents' phone number. Yes? And the other thing was that their parents could appear at any time at random, which would keep them, focused. Yes. If they were going to the shop, they had to sign out. When they come back, they have to sign in. So if their parents does turn up, they said, where's young Jimmy or young Susan? They said they've gone to the shop, have a look in there. Apart from that, those children had not just homework club, but we did discussion. The chairman of the discussion group, which was from 8 to 14 and a half years old, he was 10. And then they rotated the chair. I'm telling you, children are begging by their suffering alone. They're begging for our help. Yes, 100 Black Men Academy, what's the Boyhood Academy or whatever, Manhood Academy, Academy, and all of those things. They're doing some work out there, but they're on their own. Yeah. We, as a collective, need to move forward as a collective, not as singular units around, because then there's no coordination. Okay? We also need access, physical access, to to do some work. We have the social media section of it, the technology, to do that as well. I have what I call, I see that Sister Anyanna had put something out about something for the young girls, right? Boot camp. Dr. Lyndon's boot camp is a different strategy. Dr. Lyndon's boot camp is taking them somewhere like the Lake District or to Snowdonia and, keeping them away from their ends for that period of time and getting mentors and people like that and doctors like us and etymologists and who else can come along to help them function and find out how to behave. The last thing I want to say is I have been running a behavior research for more than 40 years. Every Sunday, the children, that's their day. And I'm telling you, I was jumping and doing hula hoops and the rest of it today. When a young 10-year-old has to monitor his negative emotions, and on emotional labels, and the calibration is there from 0 to 10. 10 being the most intense, the most sensitive, 0 being nothing there in identification with the labels. I will explain that to you personally if we can get in touch with each other. But what I'm saying I celebrated today is that he had no resistance at all in the 12 negative emotions. And I found that very, very outstanding indeed. I even told him to ask his parents to get in touch with me because he deserves some sort of recompense, if you like. But Dr. Nick, we have to talk. You can get my stuff from Auntie Jean. You know my email address, theblackexperience at gmail.com, and my phone number. All right?
My phone number on here.
You, my brother. I need to speak with you. I love you.
Nice one. Thank you. Thank you. I dropped my phone number on the chat so you can pick it up from there as well.
Okay, my king. Right.
Yeah, just drop it on there.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you for your thoughts on that. Very good. Thank you. Excellent. Keep up the good work.
Okay. Arthur?
Right. I mean, I only just was thinking about my childhood, and like it's already been mentioned, the nightclubs, the youth clubs that were about during my day. Mm-hmm. But I think the fundamental thing that I think that's missing today is dance, and just being able to feel vibration and how it affects you when you're in a dance hall or something or other like that. That's what I thought that I might just put forward to you, Doctor, and see whether or not you felt that was something of going forward. With regards to the other question of what the community can do, again, you have to. Well, I take that back. Not you have to. If you're going to stand up and look after your community, you've got to put money into it. The only people that are making money are businesses. And what you have to do is you've got to create a circle where businesses are putting back into the community. The community is putting into the business by purchasing. And as far as I'm concerned, I can't see any other way of being able to generate funds for platforms like this other than a community-based action where the businesses are helping.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excellent. But the businesses are limited, aren't they? Because, as they say, there's a research that went out some time ago that says if, let's say, £20, whatever amount of money, got into, say, a Jewish person's hand or an Asian person's hand, it will take about 20 circles within that community before it goes outside. And if it goes into a black person's hand, it's one side, right?
Away. I don't even think it lasts till Monday, does it?
Once you own it, the next time you spend it, it goes out immediately.
That's right.
It doesn't circulate at all. So, it once spent and it's gone. So therefore, there's nothing there. The ownership of things are very limited on our side. So therefore, if you don't own things, there's not much you can do. Because when you own businesses, then they generate big profits and you can do whatever you want with your profits, right? You can give to charity, all of those things. So we are struggling because we don't own things. So we kind of have nothing. And if you have nothing, you can't give anything. So I think that's a struggle where we're not having money to invest in platforms like these, on our own youth clubs, our own schools. You know what I mean? For example, we don't have a black school, where we could send our children, without having, I think there's maybe one or two around, small type schools you have to pay fees and so on. But we don't have something that, you could send your children to because it's been funded by a number of black organizations. Therefore, you can send your child there for a minimal fee or for free. We don't have that, So it's kind of really difficult for us.
But then if the community was to say, let's say for argument's sake, there was one business where everybody bought their rice from, and I'm only speaking hypothetically here, one place where everybody bought their yam and bananas from, and one place where everybody bought then that would generate the money going in a circle within the community rather than going outside the community and create the circle where we need for the money to stay in the black community or the black community before it goes out on Kentucky Fried Chicken and Wimpy's and goodness knows what. So, you know, those are things that one can do, that the community can create, and doesn't cost a lot of money to ship in a ton load of rice or whatever, and then we sell it, and then the community sells it out at a price, knowing that the funding is to go back into the community to create the schools and create the places of healing and all of the things that the community needs.
I mean, simple idea, isn't it? But very difficult to execute because of the mindset. Because there are still fundamental things that we need to do, which is trust. We know that there is still a ways for us to go where that is concerned, but we have to start somewhere. Mm-hmm. And for as much as we can sit down and talk about how things should be, it's quite right. I mean, Auntie Jean is right. Where do we start? Where do us men start? We've actually put in our best foot forward in order to make sure that our children are safe and that the money is staying in the community. You know, as far as I'm concerned, you know, we've all got I believe that it should be part of every single one of us. If you're earning money and you really, really, really care about your community, then help it. Yeah. You know, you've got to help it. It can't survive without that kind of commitment. Because with all the best will in the world, words are still English and they're cheap. You know, and we're stuck within this society. So we have to find another way out of it rather than talking about it week after week after week after week. You know, I've already put up the pyramid and I've already put 25% of what I make from out of the pyramid goes towards the Garvey village. And the other 50%, the other 75%, 50% of that goes to creating a school in Africa, and 50% goes towards creating a school in the Philippines. If we don't all do things like that, it's never going to change. But whilst we're all trapped in thinking that having money, because you're quite right, that the society at the moment that we've got says that we need money to survive. We need a community to survive. That's all we need. If the community survives, the community will help everybody that falls through the net. That's what the whole idea of creating the community is for. Those people that are thriving move up, and those people that are falling and need the help have got somebody to catch them. But that's what we need to do.
Yeah, but it's not that simple for.
I know it. I know it's not that simple.
For businesses of African heritage, it's not easy, because the way how the Indian market have cornered our foods in terms of how they buy the produce, they can get it at a much lower price than our business owners of African heritage can. So it's the way how they have come together to actually to corner that market to get at a lower price, where our brothers and sisters will struggle to actually to purchase that. And there's another example with the tropical sun, where you know there's you know where we are saying that we're not going to be buying these products, but our brothers or sisters haven't got no choice but to purchase them because they're at a lower price. You see what I mean? So
So there again, they're still at a stalemate of where they can't. When people are coming into the shop, they're not going to buy it because it's tropical sun. Do you see what I mean? So, but the other proprietors, which is the Asians, they've got all the different ranges. They've got their Grace and all the rest of it. So you know, it's not easy. It's really they really we never will start on a level playing field when it comes to that, unless we know how to corner those sort of markets and how to band together, just like the Asians.
So what you're saying is that we need to look at growing first,
absolutely,
before we can have a commodity that is viable for the public.
Absolutely.
But
that's how it starts.
But Shaz, you know, like you said, they corner our food.
Mm.
If you don't control it, somebody else will control it for you.
That's right.
If you don't control your mind, and it's gonna get worse. If you don't control your mind, somebody else will control your mind. And once you control your mind, then that's game over. And I think a lot of that had been done throughout history to us, if you like. And then we have to now work diligently to undo that programming and that mind control that has been done to us, if you like. So that's where the individual work comes into play.
Yeah.
Because if you don't take charge of your own future, somebody will take charge of it for you.
Yeah.
If you don't take charge of your time, somebody else will take charge of it for you.
Correct.
And as you can see, a lot of, I can talk especially from young people, because from that point of view, because I've worked a lot with them over the last 20 years.
Mm.
And if you can, as you can see what's going on with your young people nowadays, their minds being consumed by these games like we talked about earlier. They're not taking charge of their own minds because they're not reading the books that they should be reading. They're not reading to understand themselves, their identity. It's all about what's going on, the latest fab in society as a whole, which is not necessarily good or for them. Sometimes it's quite bad, but they don't see it that way because everybody is doing it, latest trend. You know, so sooner or later they're gonna get on that treadmill as well as young people. And if you capture the young people, well, you know, at certain age, you get them at age 10, 15, whatever, then again, it's game over because they're now trapped and they will be in that program, if you like, for 20, 40, 50 years. I mean, I believe, this is my personal belief, that for someone to clear that baggage and that programming that has been laid upon them, if you like, since they're a child, as you become an adult, you need about 15 to 20 years to have really hard work to clear that up.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. And we know, I think you're just talking, we are talking to the converted here already, but you know, we already know that we've got the AI as the babysitters of our children, you know, and the artificial intelligence of for the babysitters. So, and that is the, you know, we're in that cycle. We're still in that cycle in terms of the parents or the lone parent working 2 or 3 jobs. There's workplaces where, you know, they could actually do the work at home, but the employer is saying no, you can't. You have to come into the office because it's a luxury working from home. That was from the CEO for JP Morgan Bank. He came out and said that. And he literally got a backlash to say, no, that is not the case. It's not a luxury because people were still working and doing what they had to do. But they see it as a luxury. And these sort of things for the parents that could work from home would actually help, that will help the child, you know, because then they'll be able to be there, come home, pick up the child from school, see what the child's doing and still be able to continue. But they don't want us to have that. They do not want us to have that. So, yeah, I totally agree. We do have to be building and thinking of you know, building our own and making sure that we're self-employed. We're doing our own thing.
Yeah. We need to go back to the grassroots.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Our young people need to be taught business entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
Again,
yes, definitely.
Because schools are not going to teach them that, obviously. That's not the aim.
Yeah.
School has a different agenda.
And this is what it is. It always comes from the parents. It has to come from the parents, or the parent has to have that sort of mindset
teaching their children. I knew when I and I say this to people, when I pushed my son out, I gave birth to him. Sorry. yeah. When I knew that he wasn't going to work for anybody. I knew for a fact. I said, no, this one is not working for anybody. So I knew that. So I already had my plans laid for him of what he was going to do, you know, and he chose his path, what he was going to do. And he does work for himself. He's got 3 businesses of his own. So these are the, do you know what I mean? But it's about, as I said, it's about the parent, isn't it? And how they can try to make sure that they instill that in their child, you know?
Yeah, it's the mindset. I mean, I can share with you my mindset when I first started out, because I had the same mindset of going to school, get a good education, and get a nice job, and I did follow that for a while. You know, on paper, I'm very educated. you know, because I followed that principle. I had all the qualifications you can think of. You know, I was just studying. I think I spent about 14 years in university, constantly studying, and. But I got to a point in my life and in my career, because Arthur is clapping me. I'm not sure you need to clap for that. So
14 years is a long time.
To be enslaved. I was setting up myself to be enslaved. I was raised up in Jamaica, and education was a big thing in Jamaica. Well, I think it is still a big thing in Jamaica. But at the time, it was really the way out. The only way out was to get educated, because opportunities were so small. So you have to get a good education, and that was the encouragement. Then I came to the UK to study and all of that stuff. But my aim was to stay in teaching and become a deputy head teacher. I didn't want to be a head teacher. I felt that was too stressful. So my aim was to become a deputy head and stop there, and then, just work and then retire and go home and watch the clock till I die. Well, if you retire at 65 or whatever, you're just going to sit there. What can you do at that time? Your energy is so low. So you lost one of your currencies, if you like. Financially, I'm not sure how I would be at the time, but I know energy-wise, it would be quite low. But then, after, I think I got involved in coaching. I'm a life coach. I'm a certified life coach. I got involved in coaching in 2007, and that changed a lot for me, because by 2009, I was out of employment. I was saying that, no, I'm not going to be employed anymore. So it took me 2 years, because I started to interact with people who were thinking differently. And when I saw that, I was thinking, wow, can this happen? Can this work? I was kind of shocked, because I only knew one way of thinking. I was just being inspired by the people around me who were just doing, going to work, have a nice job, that kind of thing. And that was what I saw. So I felt that was a good thing. But then I saw people who were, living a kind of a dream life, if you like, and they weren't even educated in a sense what we're talking about, qualification wise. They weren't even qualified in anything, but they were living the dream life because they knew how to make money. They knew how to get that third currency, if you like. They were able to set up businesses and do things and, keep events and, raise funds and stuff. And I didn't know about that stuff. So I got involved in that. And within 2 years, I was able to say, hey, to my school, that I don't want to work full time anymore. I want to work part time. And they said, no, you can't, because you're teaching science. It's important. Very important subject. If we need to look after the children. They need you. It's a core subject. Well, I said I have a core life. I need to look after me. But I was confident enough at the time to walk away from it. I resigned, and then I got into higher education. I got into lecturing, which I got 2 part-time lecturing jobs that gave me the freedom and the money to do what I want to do, and so on. So it's a shift for me. It was a paradigm shift. And hold on. And for those who like to read and those who don't like to read, I would recommend this book, The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. I don't know if any of you heard about it or read it or anything. It's a brilliant book. I mean, at one point I was lecturing at a college, and this became my handbook. People thought I was getting a commission from selling it, but I didn't. I just liked the book that much.
Could you read it out, because for the people who's listening on Black Culture Radio?
Yeah. So it's The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, written by Stephen Covey. God bless his soul, he died. So Dr. Stephen Covey, and the book is called The 7 Habits of Highly Effective People. So it really talks, about how people who are highly effective in what they do, they're very successful people, how they manage their time, how they spend their time, what are the habits that they have developed, And one of the things in here, in this book, he talk about the paradigm shift, which is a change in the way you think. And I kind of learn how to master that and change my own thinking from being a kid who was told, go to school, get a good education, and get a good job and then retire with a good pension. So that was the standard life plan, but I choose not to follow that. So I think it can be done, but we're going to have to do a lot of work as individuals, and then that will obviously spill off in the wider community, where other people can then start picking up from that, because inspiration is contagious, success is contagious. So if people are successful, then it will spill off to other people.
But I think that if we could draw the money in first, once the money's there, then the inspiration can be moved from that point. So, it doesn't matter how much you put in, it's just a matter of just putting something in.
Yes.
And that's the point, really, more than anything else, because a pound is a pound. Yeah. A pound can do a lot if you put your mind to it.
So the mindset has to come first, author. There was a story about a millionaire who worked for no more than £15,000 a year, but by the end of, I think, 20 or 30 years, he was a multimillionaire. There was a significant story about his mindset and how he saw money and treated money, and he became a millionaire by not working more than a what you could call a minimum wage job. How many people could do that? So it's about the mindset, really. So we have to get the mindset. We have to get the mind right, because our young people, for example, they're not in the habit of creation. They're not in the habit of creating. They just want to spend. They're not in the habit of saving, investing, creating. I mean, in our community as a whole, are we actually big on investments? Are we investors? Or we just, some of us save money in the bank, and you know what happens to that? You lose money after a while because of inflation. Some people don't even know that. But are we in the habit of investing money and showing our young people how to invest? Because if you're not going to invest money, how are you going to make money? How are you going to become successful financially so you can then contribute to things that are meaningful to you?
So then really what you're basically saying then is the best way forward from that point of view, or from the point of view that everybody has pointed out this evening, is 1, we need to grow our own food, 2, we need our own schools, and 3, we need to change our mindset in order to be able to bring those into fruition.
Yep, I would agree.
Okay.
Interesting.
How is everybody?
Has anybody got any questions? I saw Jammers unmuted a couple of times. I don't know if you had a question. You raised your hands. You can unmute. Dr. Linden? Or was that a mistake? Unmuted?
It's a retake.
Oh, it's a mistake. Okay.
No, it's not a mistake. No, it's a retake.
Oh, it's a retake. Okay.
Back to the tape, as Jammers would say. Listen, I've been listening so carefully, and there's so many great contributions, I just like to add my own when it comes to this mindset thing, or money first. I firmly understand, and from what you said about becoming a life coach, I have designed, formatted, and is progressively over the last 40 years doing my own coaching. It's called I coaching, the letter I dash coaching. Yes? And I'm telling you something, there is the difference between a medical doctor sending you for treatment, or a Dr. Sabi or Sally or Layla or Africa finding you the cure. Yeah, that's how I would say. It's not a boast, it's just reality. It has results. I noticed you mentioned the words paradigm shift, or it was muted just now. Yes, paradigm shift is the focus. How to encourage someone to have a paradigm shift. We can't force anybody. We have to teach them. We have to teach them, as you say, you were studying the 7 habits. I've got that book as well, and I would highly recommend it too. Yes, what happens is many people believe that they're leaders and that leadership is something that you're born with. I'd like to say this openly. None of us are born to be a leader. We have to learn the models from other leaders and have a diverse view on leadership, perhaps wanting to form our own. So that's one thing. Because when we are teaching the children, we can't tell them things that is not real. We have to tell them things that is real and that it's attainable. So I'm very much a stickler for analytical thinking. Yeah. The other thing I want to say is, I'm sure as a coach you will agree with me, right thinking leads to right action. Can you confirm or deny that, please?
Of course I can say that. I can confirm that. Right thinking leads to right action.
Right. So just pause there for 1 second. I'll finish off here now. Now, for me, I did not give myself this name. I was given this name by my clients, and I don't normally fool around with titles, because I'm just me, yeah? But when it needs to be used, I use it. They have given me a name. They call me the mental farmer, okay? So I'm very proud of that name because that's exactly what I do. I dig up people's psyche. We have to start from the psyche. That's what makes us have the study of the psyche is called psychology, right? Yeah. So you have to dig up the psyche like the physical farmer would dig up the land and turn it over, ready. Yes, arable land. We have arable minds out there. We have to dig up the psyche, plant the seed of change, and they do it for me. They do it in my coaching, adults as well as children. And you ask them to nurture that plant of change and be able to measure it for themselves. And before you know it, their mentality changes. New blooms are coming out before we can even get to mindset. So that's all I wanted to say, sir.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. The mind is like a garden, isn't it?
Brother James?
I just said that we take an example for someone who is successful, and following their footsteps. I'm talking about the first African Roman British emperor, Lucius Septimus Severus. They don't talk about it, but he was the first African British Roman Empire. What did he do? There was a question asked earlier, what can we do? How can we step forward? All he did was assume power. That's all you have to do. We can't wait for other people to catch up. What side of the fence are we on? As an individual, as long as you're doing the right thing, as you will set up an energy and you will be a seed that others around you. We have to lead by example. Sometimes you have to be the first one to do it. So as an individual, just do what you can do. Don't worry about everybody else. They will get left behind. And I heard it only took 13 people to take over Australia. Once we've got a community like this, we don't worry what everybody else is. Look at Respect. He just stepped forward and he's got people following him. Just as long as you can do something with your young star, and then they will spread it to their friends. So just be the seed that flourishes the leaves. That's all we have to do. Assume power. Don't wait for nobody else. Let them get left behind.
Shay.
I agree with that.
Shay. Okay. Dr. Nick, has anybody else got any questions? For Dr. Nick? No, I think it's all gone quiet. So Dr. Nick, last words.
Oh, well, thank you for having me this evening. I mean, I'm tired, but you guys woken me up. Yeah, so thank you, and thank you for all the contributions and stuff. I mean, I really learned a lot this evening from this audience. You know, listening to drummers, I came on and I heard drummers speaking, so that was really inspiring. You know, for the 200th time, I think, drummers. And hearing from Dr. Linden and author and Ches, yes, it's really, you know, inspired me. I'm now feeling a new burst of energy. I think I have to do some work tonight. I can't. So thank you very much. Thank you for having me, Auntie Jean.
You're welcome, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we say thank you and good night to everybody and everybody listening on Black Culture Radio as well, we do have a trip to Liverpool coming up on between the 14th and the 18th of July, and that is 4 nights. So we'll be visiting the Museum of Slavery, and we're going to the Lake District as well, just to name but a few. The early bird tickets, which is very limited, is £250, and thereafter the 16th of June will be £300, which includes your travel and your board. And I must say that the board is shared. It's not a dormitory, but it is like shared rooms. Sister Cher, is there anything more would you like to say on that?
No, I'm just all I want to say is I think you said enough on that. We just need people to we know that a lot of people have registered their interest in it, but as Auntie Jean's quite rightly said, it's early bird. So if you're not an early bird, you're not going to catch that worm. So which will be that price at $250. So I would say that you should try. You know, this is a very important trip because we're going to be looking at the dark tourism of the dark racism of the tourism industry up in Liverpool, and what is actually going on up there. The racism is just astonishing, you know. And it's just a shame we've got the first black mayor up there and woman mayor up there and so forth. But you can be the first of anything nowadays. Once you're a person of African heritage, you know, and you're still not doing anything for the community. So you know, it will take us as the grassroots to actually show them that, yeah, we're not having this, and we need to make sure that we're standing up and supporting our brothers and sisters that are up in Liverpool, and show them the way forward. You know, that yeah, if we have to come from London to do it, and this is what Garvey will do, we're going to do it. So yeah, and as you know, there's been a racist killing over in Birmingham as well, with the young 14-year-old boy, Dejon Reed, and it just goes to show, you know, if we're not standing up as a community and supporting and going to these places to show our support, they're going to think that they can run riot with our community. Okay, so we need to be showing them that no, we're not having it. We're not going to be having this. So yeah. So there's so much things that's going to be going on. We are going to have our Garvey Village event up in Liverpool. So it's going to be the Garvey meets Liverpool on the Friday, the 16th. So that's going to be one of our specials. So yeah, I'm quite looking forward to it. It's going to be tiring. I'm going to need a holiday after that one. So yeah, but yeah, it's going to be full on, and the itinerary's full on as well. And we are going to have beautiful weather as well. And I'm putting that out there. So thank you. And it's over to you now, Auntie Jean.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick brief to Arthur. Do you have a quick talk about the pyramid tomorrow? You have your course tomorrow?
Yeah, we're starting module 1, which starts at 6:30, and we've got module 3 continuing at 8:30. 8:30. So please, I mean, just come along and just see what's happening on the first part. The tools that you'll be able to take away on module 1, it's free. it will help you in trying to change the mindset that you're in at the moment, and hopefully bring you forward and out of all the rubbish. It's there in order to clear all of the blockages that you've got, help with your dyslexia, help with clearing understanding so that you can go forward and understand who you are in order to be able to do your bit in society. So come along and have a bash and see what it's like.
Could you say your telephone number? Because I haven't got the link to put in. So if you put the telephone number so that people who's listening on Black Culture Radio can jot that down, and also put that in the link. And I'll send out the email for that vehicles for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so my phone number is 07836 291 614. That's 07836 291 614. And I will put it in the chat as well so that you've got it there as well. But yeah, just give us a quick buzz throughout the day tomorrow, and we'll put you down and get you ready to just have the first lesson and see how you think, see what you think. It's a new way of looking at unblocking things. Again, it's a fresh start. Look forward to seeing you all. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'd like to say a very quick thank you to our first presentation from Mervyn Barrett on how to master your mind, and also from our brother Kwesi, who's supporting the community via the courts. And, you know, he's putting himself up for, Kwesi, are you still there, Kwesi? For helping you, whether it's court cases, child services. Are you there, Kwesi? Well, he's, Sis, can you put his telephone number in the chat so people can get hold of him? So he's there to help you with your any legal advice, our brother Kwesi. Also, big thank you to our brother Jammers. I know, so you've hosted a few of the African culture markets, and you know, done well as well, and you've done a little bit of acting as well. So
I've enjoyed it. You know, I need some more coaching on the social media, but I like to thank the family for having me.
Yeah, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it's a long time coming, because I keep on saying must get you on, must get you on, must get you on. So finally we got you on. So we're not going to let you go now. You're coming back.
Anytime, you know? Yeah,
and Dr. Nick, thank you so much. As I say, our single parents, as I say, King, I should say, for helping our single mothers with their boys and their young men coming up. We need a lot more of you. And yeah, we need a lot more of you. And we'll be using you a lot when we get our Garvey village and we get the building in. You're definitely one of our people we're going to be bringing in. So a big thank you for everybody for joining us this evening. Big thank you to everybody who's there, who's still there on Facebook, and a big thank you to all those who's listening on the Auntie Jean Zone on Black Culture Radio, which is all the W's, blackcultureradio.com. Thank you everybody for joining us this evening. Thank you everybody for participating, and looking forward to seeing you, if not tomorrow, then back on Friday at the Garvey Village, Unlock the Chains and Keep Well, where our guest presenters gives us the remedies and the keys. So look forward to seeing you then. And if not then, back here next week, Sunday. I think we've got Vasco Stevenson on next week, Sunday. All right.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Have a great week.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Okay, to everyone.
Good night. Oh, good night.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
Recording stopped.
Been a great day all round. Good night, everyone.
Respect. You know?
Good night. Good night, jammers. Give thanks again. Give thanks, give thanks, give thanks.
I need more coaching on the social media thing though next time, you know?
Listen, you done good, you know. I'm telling
you,
you did good. You did really good.
I couldn't find my way around trying to take off the, you know.
You're muted. You're muted. Jammers.
Respect every time.
You're muted, so I didn't hear what you said. You said you couldn't find your way around.
No, but I learned a lot now anyway as well myself. So thanks again as well. Yeah.
Yeah. No, you did good. You did good. And looking forward to the next time. I'll give you a call. Yeah.
Yeah. No problem. I'll be ready next time with a better presentation as well. So don't worry about it. Yeah.
Wonderful. All right then.
Take care.
Right.
Look after. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Right.
That's right.
Right.
All right. Good night.